dime lo que tú quieres de mi coqueta. Sé lo que te gusta es salir y se suelta. Cuando baila reggaetón pa' mí que muñeca. Me gusta salir y seducir. Dime lo que tú quieres de mi coqueta. Sé lo que te gusta es salir y se suelta. Cuando baila reggaetón pa' mí que muñeca. Me gusta salir y seducir. Dale chiquitita, dame más. Qué bonita que te quiere controlar. Ella dice que me quiere controlar. Nosotros los vamos a develar más. Dime, ¿cómo tú te quieres a venir más? Dime, ¿cómo los vamos a conocer más? Dime, no te quiero solo ver, quiero compartirte. Quiero que te vean y te siguen. Soy un bandolero, gusto ver una coqueta. Dime cómo suena la pobreza. Sé que tú supiste que tú fuiste la coqueta. Tú siempre fuiste la coqueta. Dime lo que tú quieres de mi coqueta. Sé lo que te gusta es salir y se suelta. Cuando baila reggaetón pa' mí que muñeca. Me gusta salir y seducir. Siempre fuiste la coqueta. Dime lo que tú quieres de mi coqueta. Sé lo que te gusta es salir y se suelta. Cuando baila reggaetón pa' mí que muñeca. Le gusta salir y seducir. Coqueta.
ultimate breakthrough challenge community. Get on up out of your seats. Warm that body up, my friends. It is day 3, and you've been amazing. Give it up for everyone from around the world. Come on, here we go. That's it. VIPs, you're incredible. YouTube, where you at? Let me see those chats. Welcome, my friends, to day 3. Rep your city, rep your country. Where are you tuning in from today? And if you're brand new, welcome to the party. You're right where you need to be, my friend. Hello, hello, hello. Whoa, yes. My friends, I want to welcome you with a humongous hug. If I could crawl through the screen right now into the camera and hug you, wrap my arms around you, I would, because we've been on a journey, and I'm not sure if you know this. Today calls for a celebration. Are you ready to celebrate? I'm not sure if you've realized this. At this point, you've completed over 5 hours of training with the #1 success coach on the planet, Mr. Tony Robbins. Give it up for yourself. That's it. And I have to tell you, 5 hours, I mean, you guys are incredible, but I do have to let you know, Tony's shortest event that he does is 54 hours. So if you're feeling tired right now, you're going to have to coach yourself today, because this ain't anything. We got to take you to another level. Can we show up today like it's the 54th hour of a seminar, for God's sakes? If you're ready for it, say yes. So I want to start off day 3, and we've got to be fast today because we have so much good stuff for you. But I want to start off today, day 3, by acknowledging you guys for really going for it. I mean, we're just completely blown away. Majority of you are brand new, and remind us, get in the chat box if this is your first time ever meeting Tony, seeing Tony, training with Tony. Perhaps you've done a challenge with us in the past, but if this is really your first time being here in an environment like this, we want to celebrate you. You know, being in the Facebook community, having a chance to watch your guys' videos. Tony's been watching them all night long, tears in his eyes. He's just so moved by you and your willingness to really let it rip. And I think the coolest thing is that you're so honest with yourself. You're really, really going for this. So we want to honor you. We want to celebrate you. And I also want to give you that like little push to keep going, because it's one thing to do it on day 1. It's another thing to show up on day 2, pretty easy. But if you're here on day 3, dedicating your most precious resource, which is your what? Shout it out, put it in the chat box, your time. It means that you're kind of committed to this thing. It means that you're really serious. You're not here to just kind of learn a few things and jot some stuff in your notebook. You're like, heck, I want to make my life a masterpiece. And if you're here on day 3, that's who you are, my friends. And yesterday was the what challenge, by the way? The identity challenge. And so part of your identity is that you're committed to your greatness. And I'm honored to be in a virtual room with you. We're so honored that you joined us here to be a part of our family, and just keep crushing it. We got a big day today. At the end of the day, I'm going to come back and announce the winners of our special prizes, which if you don't remember, the first one is this beautiful box we're going to ship to your house with some really incredible merchandise. We are going to send you a rebounder, which is this incredible thing to activate your physiology, to move energy through your body. You need it every day. Someone's going to win a ticket to Life Wealth Mastery, which is truly one of my favorite experiences. But then the big kahuna, the grand finale, is that we are going to have another person today winning a ticket to the most sought after event ran by Mr. Tony Robbins, which is called Unleash the Power Within, happening in 49 days from today. That's right. Hey, hey. Yes. You guys are amazing. One final piece of encouragement for you as you go into day 3, especially if you saw something and swiped up on an ad like 4 seconds ago. I saw some of you doing your identity challenge like 10 minutes ago, as if we weren't going to notice you didn't submit it by midnight. All I'm saying is, okay? All I'm saying is, if you're here today, whether it's the first time or you're here for day 3, commit today. Ask yourself, what's my standard for how I want to show up? Because if you didn't really show up the way you know you're capable of day 1 and day 2, then it doesn't mean this whole thing's a wash. If you pop 2 tires in your car, you wouldn't slash the remaining 2 and say, whatever, it's over, I don't have a car anymore. You patch them up and you move on. So patch up your participation level today and give us your level 10. Come on, it's just your life. It's just your life you're building. So you know the drill. We're going to start off by moving our bodies, a couple simple exercises. If you're just here today and you're like, I came to train my brain, what do you mean move my body? You can't really get to the next level mentally unless you're physically there. So we're going to bring up Brian Bradley from the Agascu method. And remember, these are the exact exercises Tony does. So yesterday when you guys were doing this, guess what Tony Robbins was doing 10 feet over there? He was like doing the exercises with you. So model the masters, do what they do, and you shall reap the same rewards, my friends. Let's move our body. Please welcome back to the virtual stage, Brian Bradley.
All right. Let's get started. Here we go. Day 3. I'm going to show you guys something because I have a bunch of companies and they send me a bunch of stuff to look at and evaluate and how's it going to help people. This is called the Hypersphere, and it's, a roller basically that you can use, a vibrational, amazing piece of equipment to what people, when they explain it to me, hey, I use this because my fascia needs the work. And I'm like, okay, do you know what fascia is? Explain it to me. It's real big in the world right now. People are rolling and doing all this stuff. But I'm going to tell you, this is not garbage. But anything like this is considered a 50% gain if you don't allow your body to get back into alignment first, or else you're just picking a scab, then band-aiding it and hoping that it heals the next day and then picking it again. You got to go after the actual problem. So let's move this over here. Okay, good. And I'm in my hotel room here in Laguna Beach. I'm here with Seattle Study Club, a dental thing that I'm doing this big talk to, basically 1,000 dentists and their staff who get the idea that alignment is perfect and it's really going to help their business when they're working on people. But here's an exercise out of the pain-free book called Cats and Dogs. I don't know why it's called cat cow some in other places like the whole country of India, but I do understand that. This book, the reason why we're going to do this is we're going to move the spine. So I want you to stay in your chair this morning. Let me move my pickleball stuff. Of course, I don't travel anywhere without that kind of stuff. I want you to get rid of this, get into your chair, and you guys can see that everywhere I go, I bring a blender, I bring stuff like that. So these are the little biohacks that I go through to allow my body to discover the next level of total function. So in this position, my coffee here, I want to make sure you get your feet pointed straight ahead. Today I heard could be financial stuff, so I did wear my $100 bill socks. So let's go. And I want to teach you this cat-dog position. So we're going to do what we call sitting cats and dogs. I want you to roll your pelvis basically away from the back of the chair. If I turn sideways, I'm here. This is another game changer, not done down on your hands and knees. You can do this while you're on a call when the video's off, unless you're teaching other people, which I encourage you to do. Relax down onto your tailbone, like literally sit where your breast tissue is coming toward your thighs, like in what you would call crappy posture. Then roll your pelvis to bring you out of that hole. So roll and roll and roll and roll. Now watch what I'm going to add into this. So I'm going to roll back to flatten my back. Now I'm going to roll up like this. Then I'm going to bring my shoulder blades together and look up. Hold that. That would be the equivalent of you arching your back on your hands and knees in the dog position. Now to come out of this, move your pelvis back first. Roll back onto your tailbone. Round your shoulders over. Get in the worst. You can hear what it's doing in my speaking here. It's like, oh, round it over. Then roll back up like this again. Again, another game-changing interruption to the sport of sitting. Sitting is not the new cancer. Keep going. Sitting is not the new smoking that's going to kill you. Sitting is here to stay. Last time I checked, in fact, tonight, I want you to think of me when you're on the toilet. And when you go to get up, remember, use your legs, not your hands. Don't send me videos on Instagram. Thank you so much. Let me repeat that. Do not send me the video to show me how you're getting off the toilet. Look up, look down, Keep going. Give me 2 more of those. Give me 2 more of those. Roll up, roll down. We have about 1.5 minutes left. I'm going to show you a picture of a direct message I got this morning. Can we just celebrate this person? Can we just celebrate that person right there who's doing the challenge? She's doing the challenge from her bed in the hospital with cancer. So let's go. But at the same time, I'm going to use my Catholic guilt on you really strong right now. If that beautiful thing is doing the exercises from a bed, recovering from treatment, get out of your chair, get up, and get ready to do the greatest abdominal exercise ever. And then I expect to hear from you guys. Get on here, send me your questions, look at the pictures, have fun with it. We need to hear from you because this is a long week and we're going to be changing everything from this point out. So let's run. KK, you better be running today, girl. Here we go. Let's go. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, from the chair. I like it. Oh, she's standing. Ready. We're going a full 30 seconds. Let's go. Ready. Set. Go. As fast as you can. Go. I got the timer. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Day 3, guys. Great job. Great job. 10. KK's going to be sweating after this.
What's that?
Here we go. Okay, switch sides. Here we go. Last 30 seconds. Switch sides. And I'm going to take this sweatshirt off just because I'm getting a little warm. I'm getting a little warm. Let's go. Next one, 30 seconds. 10 seconds. And we're going to go back to KK, guys. Here we go. I just happened to take off a Goscu and just happened to have this year's Super Bowl champs. Let's go. Back to KK, day 3.
Oh my goodness! If you're feeling good and you're sweating glitter, say yes, my friends! All right, it is time to begin day 3. And listen, yesterday when we left you, we said tomorrow you're going to learn how to create your own, if you remember, put it in the chat box, pop quiz, create your own what? Thank you, Danny, room 7, economy. And some of you said, what the heck does that mean? And I'm not here to tell you what it means, but we are going to bring somebody else up here to tell you what it means to create your own economy. I want to give you a little tiny little nugget. Are you going to play your life on offense or defense? We're going to choose offense. We're going to be the creators of our life, my friends. Put offense in that chat box. And we can't get the guy up here unless we're in a peak. What? YouTube, don't think I'm not watching you over there. Get out of those chats and get your energy up. Let's go, my friends. Get yourself into a peak state. It's day 3. Everything that you got, come on. Let's go. Here we go. Coach yourself. There you go. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the basement.
How y'all doing? 1, 2, 3, go! Make a sound that unleashes you. Go when it feels great. High fives or fist bumps in person or virtual, however it works. Grab a seat feeling strong. Big sip of water so you're hydrated, everybody. All that moving and running. And by now you know the drill. Sit up in your chair in a peak state. and crank your energy in your chair stronger than when you were standing. Oh, yes. If you're feeling strong, make that fist and say yes. Say yes. Say yes. Awesome. Well, welcome to day 3 of your ultimate challenge, everybody. Listen, I really want to thank you all for playing so full out, not only here with me, which I appreciate, obviously, and I think how many of you are feeling the difference just from getting the energy back in your body, the movement, the energy, the vitality. How many feeling that difference already? I don't know, just a couple of days, right? With COVID and so many people in lockdown, we've gotten a habit of not really using ourselves at a peak, but just beginning to do that, you'll start to feel a biochemical change. And that creates a psychological change. And that changes not only how you feel, but what you do. And what you do is what creates your results. But what I'm most touched by is the way you've been treating each other. And I'm not surprised because we've done this a few times now. But reading and watching and the videos, but most important to me, even so, reading the comments of what people are saying in support of each other is just absolutely gorgeous. This is what social media should be used for instead of tearing people down. Are you with me on that, ladies and gentlemen? It's like support each other, grow, expand. And also just want to remind you of the power of vulnerability. How many of you have been moved by some of people's just pure vulnerability, going out there and putting down the line of where they are, what they're dealing with, right? Just their truth. You know, very few people are doing positioning. I haven't seen many at all. It's really just the truth, and the truth sets us free. And I think now you're starting to see the power of 80% of life is psychology and 20% is mechanics or strategy. Strategy is invaluable. The right strategy can save you a decade or two. Again, I'm a strategist. But as you found, if you're going to have a breakthrough, you know, how to do it, right? That's one thing. Strategy is one thing, but you're never going to use the how. You'll claim you've already done it or you've tried if you don't change the story and if you don't change the state. And we're seeing you do that again and again. And seeing people, by the way, I saw Christine out there with her neurological challenges. I'm going to send you my book because there's some tools in there that will blow your mind and some experts you can go to. So that'll be coming your way. I want to give a shout out to Rico. I don't know if you guys saw Rico. Rico was a former gang member in Chicago and was unbelievably vulnerable, talking about how he terrorized people, hurt people, abused people, beat people, went to jail, and all the pain, the loss of his family, the loss of his kids. But there was just such truth there, and the strength that he's found inside himself. And now he wants to serve. He wants to serve others. He wants to not only get back with his daughter, but also be in a place where he can help people, as he described, that look like him, because they'll respect him because he's been there. And so, Rico, I think we try to get you on video because I was so touched by you. If Rico's there, let's put him on video. Give a hand to Rico, everybody. Give him a hand. Rico, looks like you're on the job right now. Rico's now took himself back to school. He drives a truck. Are you at work right now?
Yeah, I am, Tony.
Well, it's great to see you. Great to meet you in person, brother. I just wanted to say,
thank you, man.
I just want to say I have ultimate respect for you, brother, for your vulnerability, for your truth, and that you're going to inspire people that no one else can touch. You're really, really amazing. Did we lose our connection to him? No, there he is.
I'm right here.
There he is. Yeah. Do you want to share with people, because not everybody saw your posts, where you were and where you are, just for a minute?
Can you hear me?
I can. We can see you and hear you.
I'm talking to Tony Robbins. Oh, crazy. Man, Tony. Oh, listen, I'm going to answer your question. You had to tell me what that question is again, because I just forgot it that quick.
That's no problem. I said not everybody got to see your post. So would you take a minute and tell people where you used to be and what your new identity is? I thought it was just beautiful, brother.
Yeah. So, man, well, first, Tony, man, I really want to thank you, man, because I come from Chicago. southwest side of Chicago, a community called Little Village, known as Gangland.
Yeah.
And at the age of, when I was 8 years old, my stepdad, he got murdered. He got murdered in front of us at a doorstep. And so that was a trauma that I've always dealt with my whole life. And no one's wrote a book on how to deal with things like that. And my mom, she kind of went crazy. So I bounced around from relative to relative, and no one understood me, and no one knew how to reach me, and everybody had their own problems. We're talking about the 90s. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, you had to get over things. There wasn't there wasn't, especially in my culture, Hispanic culture, we're not talking about how we feel. We're not talking about vulnerability. You know what I mean? We're just dealing with it. Stop crying, and that's it. Go deal with it. And give me a second. I'm making sure I pull over.
No problem, brother. Thanks for talking with us.
And for sure, thank you. And so I didn't it was basically like an orphan, you feel me? Like, bounced around from relative to relative, and then a lot of my relatives were like gang members and stuff like that. So now they're making me fight all these kids in this neighborhood, and you just couldn't be soft, you couldn't be emotional, so all that pain, all that hurt, all that anger, all that rage is just it just turned to rage. It turned to one day you just snap, and it's just who you become. You just become that, you know what I'm saying? And you just, and nobody can talk to you wrong. Nobody can look at you wrong. Nobody can disrespect you. Nobody can, man or woman. Yes. You know what I mean? Yes. And if a woman gets out of pocket, you got to put her in her place. This was the mentality. This is how something that it was the story that I was given. Yeah. Because you couldn't look a certain way. You couldn't look weak. There was no vulnerability. And you know what I'm saying? So as I got older, you know what I mean, and was involved in the street life and everything like that, I've heard people, but most of the worst part about all of it is the woman that I've heard, my daughter's mothers, you know what I'm saying, ex-girlfriends, and and how I mistreated them. And just recently getting out of prison, I was in a relationship with a woman, and well, first of all, my daughter's mother told me, it's like, you're a great father, but you're a terrible boyfriend. Things like that sit in my brain and resonate, Yeah. And then this other woman, I thought I was the best version of me. I thought I was giving her the best that I was, because I was way different from before. And, but I wasn't. I didn't even understand. I had no clue. And so now I'm like, man, you know what? I don't want to be this monster. I don't want people to fear me. I don't want, you know what I'm saying? I want a woman that I can love, you feel me? Yes, and feel loved by me, Yes. And so I said, man, you know what? I don't want to do this to people anymore. And, and I realized that I have to start treating people, saying the way I want to be treated, and I got to start treating women the way I want my daughters to be treated. Yes. Yes. So I started looking. On the first video that I looked up, I typed in positive thinking, and there's a video that popped up, positive thinking. There was a guy talking, and then he had like 1 year clips or something. And then I remember you from Shallow Hal, and I was just like, oh, I know that guy. That's the guy with the big banana hands. And then I started looking, and then you started talking about, man, what you really started helping me. I was looking up the depression. Yes. I was, and the mindset, the mind state. I was looking at all these, your belief system, the procedure and your perception, and how you got to either look at things differently, or procedure, your emotional mastery, the 10 associated feelings. Yes. And I started just every day. Give me a second. Hey, these are thug tears, by the way. These are thug tears, by the way. Give me a second.
That's beautiful,
Tony, man. Thank you, Tony, man. Thank you. You changed my life. You changed my life. You changed the life for my kids. You changed my life, Tony.
Well, you changed it, brother, but I'm grateful I was able to help. But what I love most, I want to tell you, brother, is you talked about if someone looked at you sideways, if someone looked like they're disrespectful, you had to beat the shit out of them. And now he went back to school. He's got a job driving a truck. And people honk at you, and tell them what you do now when people honk at you. Before, you would have beat the shit out of them. And like, what do you do now? He gives them a thumbs up and a big smile, man. That's so awesome. But Rico, what I'm most touched by is, you said in your video that you want to reach people who look like you, experience you, who might not come to me because I haven't experienced. I worked in jails, but I haven't lived in the jail. I haven't been through that life, and that's absolutely true. So, brother, I want to make sure I can see you have this hunger to be a better man, but for your family, to be a better man for yourself, to be a better man for your community, and to make a difference. So I'm going to invite you to unleash the power within as my guest, but I want you to come and attend. But I also want you to be able to learn these skills if you want to. And so I have a program with a psychologist. People who are psychologists, psychiatrists get continuing education, so they stay educated. They get credits for going through this program. And it's about 60 hours of programming, and you can go at your own pace. And I'm going to give you that after you go to the UPW if you want it, so you can develop those skills. So when people say, what the hell do I do? You can step up and do it. So I want to invest in you because I know you're going to show up and help other people, brother. And I'm looking forward to meeting you in person. But you just stay on the line. They're going to give the information. You're going to come to Unleash the Power Within as my guest here. You can do it from wherever you are. And then we're going to bring you out so you can experience our trainer academy and be a part of our team and learn these tools so you can help other people besides yourself. How's that sound?
Man, it sounds like what I was destined to do.
Yes, I agree with you, brother. I agree with you. So we're sending you our love, brother. Take good care of yourself. We'll see you soon, Rico.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you.
Congratulations. Magic happens. Our entire lives can change in a moment of decision. We learned the last few days, beliefs create and beliefs destroy. A belief is a feeling of absolute certainty about how things are. He used to believe absolute certainty. If someone's disrespectful, I must pummel them. I must destroy them. And now he's developed this sense of absolute certainty. They got to find a way to serve instead. That change is like a Saul to Paul, if you know the Bible, where Saul said the things are Paul when he became the Apostle Paul. The things I once loved, I now hate. The things I once hated, I now love. That's a transformation. Now, he didn't get knocked off his camel and blinded, but he went through prison and everything else. But people can go through all that and not change. You change your story, you change your life. You change your strategy, you change your life. You change your state, and you can change anything. And his identity has shifted. And so now he's going to be a person who brings that transformation, and we're going to invest in him to make that happen. So I'm so excited about what you've already done in just a couple of days. And obviously, and the reason, by the way, I want to bring him is because I want you all to realize we're going to maximize these days together. And today's going to be another killer day. We got 2 more after this. But I hope some of you will continue the journey, because what we really want to do is condition this. It's like I'm not here because I went to a seminar for 3 or 4 hours one time or weekend. It's because I built the muscle. You know what I mean? I train my brain and my body to do this. Like I explained to you yesterday, for example, with incantations, until literally I felt certain I was this different man, and this different man that I really am, the man I am today. And so it takes conditioning. So if you don't come to the program, you got to condition. You can't just understand this stuff. And each of these days is creating beautiful breakthroughs. But let's continue it. Don't let this be the end today. It might be time to make a decision, commit yourself to the next step. If it is, we'd love to have you. So today, we're going to talk about a subject. We've talked about shifting ourselves psychologically, emotionally, physically, all these different ways. Today, we're going to talk about a shift financially. Because I got to tell you, in the beginning, this is an area where most people don't do well. 95% of the people by age 65 are dead broke or dead. That's a fact. And we live in a country with unlimited opportunity and free enterprise. And even during these incredibly difficult times of COVID, there's ways to always grow and expand. But you got to really develop your own economy is what I look at it as, a way of being able to grow financially. Because, I remember early in my life, this was an area of great conflict for me. I grew up dead poor. We never had money for food. That's why I feed 100 million meals a year. It's just like, I know what it feels like to suffer. I don't want anybody else to suffer. But even then, I try to be helpful to people. And even then, though, I would find these conflicts because to me, we grew up poor. And so the whole thing is these rich people, these, I could say all kinds of language I won't use across into your living rooms right now. But we had my parents had very powerful language about it. There was an us versus them mentality. And we're spiritual and we're religious and we care about God and they don't. And all these generalizations that were made. And so I developed these stories that money was a bad thing. And yet simultaneously, when I got to my fourth father and my mom was saying we have no money for food, and there was all this anger and rage in my head, I was like, okay, the problem's money, and I'm going to find a way when I grow up to make enough money so that my family will never suffer and I can help other families. And it was a driving force because I thought that would make people happy. Well, today, I know better. I could look back and see all my fathers and my mom and see if it wasn't a money issue, it would have been another issue. Now, don't get me wrong. Money certainly magnifies it. When you don't have money for food, people get in a pretty intense place, especially with each other. They blame each other. Things get nuts. But I remember I was like, I'm going to turn this around. So at a very young age, I figured out how to start and get working for this man and then started my own little business and I started to grow and I started to do pretty well financially. And so I didn't have a family yet, right? I just had my family I grew up with, but not my own individual family. And so I went to my friends and I was like, this is so exciting. And I had all these dreams. I said, let's go on a week's trip to Egypt. Let's race camels between the pyramids. And I had all these passionate ideas. And I thought they'd all be excited. And you know what happened? They turned on me like, oh, yeah, easy for you. Yeah, you're just about money. I said, what do you mean I'm just about money? I just finally have some, but I'm doing things that matter to make it happen. And I said, I'm not asking you to do it. I'll pay for it. Oh, yeah, like I want you to pay for it. And so what I always wanted and what I'm driven by is love. Unfortunately, today I have more of that than I could ever dream of in my life because I've given so much of it, it's come back tenfold, both in my family and my friends, but also in the world. And so in the beginning, it's like all of a sudden, well, I lose love if I have money. So boom, guess what? I sabotage, right? Remember the 68-degree metaphor I gave you yesterday? I was at 90, I brought it back to 68, maybe even brought it back to maybe 65 or 4. It's like I didn't want to be judged. Originally, I thought that would create freedom for the people I love. So I got to where I lost everything. I moved into a 400 square foot bachelor apartment, washing my dishes in the bathtub in Venice, feeling sorry for myself. And I just lost all my drive because it looked like succeeding made people resent you. And so it's like, well, then I'm not going to be successful. I started watching Luke and Laura on a program called General Hospital. I don't know if any of you are old enough to remember that. Scorpio. I was there for the wedding. It was just terrible. And I didn't use drugs because growing up, the people around me used drugs and they were abusive. So I used food like a drug. And I gained 38 pounds and I was just in a terrible place. But what shifted me is there was a day when I finally got to this point where, I had a friend. First of all, I ran out of gas. And a long story, well, I'll tell you the details short. A friend comes to my door and I'm humiliated. I look through the thing. I don't want to see him. I got 38 pounds more weight. I got this scraggly beard. And what do you want? It's like, Tony? And I opened the door and the room I lived in was smaller than this little tiny section of the basement I'm in right now. And it's like, what the hell happened to you? I was like, what are you talking about? I live near the beach. I love it here. And I got him out of there as quick as I could. And then something in me snapped because something in me said, like, who I am as a man is so much more than I'm demonstrating physically and emotionally and spiritually and financially and just emotionally. And I began to ask myself, like, I want to ask all of you, how many of you feel like if you could grow more, you should? How many think if you could grow more, you absolutely should grow more? Let me make some noise if it's true. How many feel like if you could give more, you should give more in this lifetime? I would agree with that, right? How many feel like if you could grow spiritually, then you should grow spiritually? How many think so? And then I said to myself, and if I could grow more financially, should I grow more financially? And I was like, because I had these mixed feelings. But by that point, I finally said, this is BS. I'm not going to live my life trying to please other people, because you never will. Everyone has their own internal experience. And this is for social media, where we all learn that no one can please everybody. And so the bottom line is, I made this shift inside myself. And then I had this great teacher. I mentioned to you the other day, his name was Jim Rohn. And I was 17 years old. And I remember going to see Jim and hearing him speak. And I'd read all these books, so I knew a lot of the phrases and things he does. So I felt connected to him. And I finally got to talk to him personally. And I went to work for him. And when I had this conversation, I remember I said to him, I said, Mr. Rohn, I said, all four of my fathers worked hard. They were good people, but they were always broke. We always had no money. There was no money for food half the time. I mean, it was like we live on saltine crackers and butter and, peanut butter on, white bread that we bought at the cheapest level, and oatmeal. It wasn't even oatmeal. That was too expensive. We did malto-meal. That shit was really horrible. We had it every day. And I said, so I don't understand. They were good people. And he looked at me and he said, Tony, I'm sure your fathers are good people. But he said, here's what you need to remember. We're all equal as souls, but we're not equal in the marketplace. I said, what do you mean? He said, some people earn more because they're more valuable. He said, let me ask you a question. Is it possible to make twice as much money in the same amount of time? And I said, yeah, I'm sure there are people that do that, sure. And he goes, is it possible to make 5 times as much money in the same amount of time? Yeah, 10 times. Yeah, 100 times. I had a stretch on that one. Yeah, 1,000 times. When he got to 1,000 times, it really stretched me. And I was like, well, yeah, I've seen these hedge fund guys that make $1 billion in a year. And I watched this school teacher over here makes, those days $48,000. I mean, it seems insane. He said, Tony, well, some professions reward based on performance, and the school teacher is doing something really great, but there's no measure of the school teacher in most cases. And it's a small number of people, but they could have a huge impact. I said, well, my teacher's had a huge impact. This guy's making $1 billion a year. And he goes, Tony, let's take a look at this for a second. He said, if you go to work for McDonald's, and we can use today's numbers, I'll update it for you, it's $8 an hour. That's $16,000 a year. That's poverty. I go, I know, that's unfair. He goes, but Tony, it's not designed to be your ultimate job. It's the first job you get started with, and then you develop more skills, and you become worth more, and so you're paid more, and you become more talented. And you go, I said, well, yeah, but the guy billionaire goes, yes, do you know how much he made for the people that invested with him, which were nonprofit organizations, profit organizations, families, 401ks? He made them 52% last year. He goes, 52%. He said, in those days, you could get like 4%, 5% just putting money in the bank. Obviously, that doesn't work so well these days with 1 or 2%. But he goes, Tony, that person is going to they're going to multiply their abundance for their nonprofit, for their family, tenfold. Like, that kind of multiplication is unbelievable. It'll change their lives. So he's worth $1 billion a year. He said, here's how I want you to think about it. This is what will change your life if you understand it. And I want all of you to understand principles can change your life, because the right principles, if you own them, if you believe them, if you own them, take them in, they'll guide your decision-making, they'll guide your actions, and they'll change your life. And he changed my life that day. And he said, here's what you have to understand. Yes, you can make 10 times more, 100 times more, but you have to become more valuable. I said, what do you mean? He said, you have to learn how to do more for others than anyone else in the marketplace. He said, in the beginning, you just got to work on you. Work harder on yourself than your job. Make the investments in you. Make yourself stronger. Learn skills. Learn abilities. Learn how to manage your mind and your emotions. You're not so good at that right now. And I was like, ugh. And he goes, but the better you become, the more valuable you can become. You have to make you stronger and better. You got to get skills, and then you got to find a way to do things for people that they really need and want, but you got to do it better than anyone else, and then keep getting better. Don't ever get satisfied that you think you're the best at something. The core message I took is this. If you add more value, if you do more for others than anyone else in the marketplace, consistently, you will build a brand. Whether you work for someone else in the company, you will become a brand where you'll want to move you up, or other companies will want to get you. Or if you own your own company, you'll build a brand, and people will seek you out, as we showed you yesterday. And so it became the dominant part of my life. And I'm now lucky enough, I have 105 companies. We do $7 billion in revenue. It blows my mind. And I have companies in AI, and I have companies in education, and I have companies in hospitality. I mean, it's across so many different industries. I have incredible partners, and I have no business background, but I learned one thing. in my soul, business is a spiritual game. When I say business, whether you work for someone else, you should look at it as your business. If you operate like this is your business and make decisions as an employee, this is your business, where you're really trying to overdo it for all the customers, external and internal, meaning your coworkers, you are going to grow and expand and become more valuable. But he said, you've got to think of it. I started thinking of it as business is a spiritual game. That the more you do, what is every religion on earth, regardless of your religious beliefs? I'm not here to tell you what to believe. I'm personally Christian, but whatever you believe, I support. As long as it's right for you, you find what's right for you. But every religion has some version of love thy neighbor like thyself. Every religion has something related to a version of karma, the idea that we're all connected, and the more we do for others, the greater our life is. Not just what we receive, but how we feel about ourselves, our sense of meaning. So every business is a spiritual game. All spirituality is, how can I do more for others than anyone else? And then as I do that, I grow and I expand and I have more to give. How many follow this fundamental principle here? Say I. So there's no limit whatsoever to your economics except your own creativity and your commitment to push through the inevitable challenges that happen. Because remember we said the other day, the only problem people really have is they think they're not supposed to have problems, right? Because solving problems is what makes you bigger. I mean, I remember trying to keep my doors open with 11 employees and someone stole some money and I needed $50,000, which today that'd be like $50 billion. But I figured out how to do it. And then I figured out how to deal with another issue and then $1 million issue. And then I had a company where I was partners before other people and they went bankrupt. And I was on the hook for $120 million of debt, joint and several. I thought that meant just my piece. No, everything. And I figured out how to overcome a $100 million issue. And I did. And each time I got stronger and stronger. That's how I got where I am. I started not being able to pay my own bills with $1,000 I saved. And now I have these privileges to work with so many beautiful people around the earth, thousands of employees on 3 different continents in every industry that I want to be a part of, and makes life, it's a gift. So I want you to know, this is not me bragging how great I am. I'm trying to get across to you that I started with absolutely nothing. And it's not just me. Some of the most successful people on earth started with nothing except the desire to do something for people that was unique or special or simple that would make their life better. And so it was hard for me because in the beginning I had no role models. There was nobody in my family or extended family had ever been in business or worked for somebody else and really became successful in terms of being free in their terms of their time or their energy or their finances. And so I started going to books, autobiographies, and I started reading some great leaders in the world and great business people. And I started feeding my mind and seeing all the hell they went through and started realizing what I'm going through. It's tough, but it's not the toughest thing by any stretch. I can get to the next level if I just keep growing. And so I thought today, before we do anything else, I'd like to bring you someone outside myself, or bring you 2 of my friends, and I'm proud to be able to call them friends. And these are 2 brilliant entrepreneurs, but I want to bring them because either one of them by themselves is an unbelievable entrepreneur. One of them, started out as a rapper, and a white rapper, and became very successful. And then he decides to build a private jet service, Marquis Jets, and then decides to build a coconut water business. And he can do it. He can create anything on his own. And then his partner in life is a woman who's the first youngest self-made billionaires in the United States. Created something called Spanx. So I'm going to do a little interview with this couple. Because I also want you to see you can do it as a couple. You can have different businesses. I want you to see the beauty of what they've created. And also because they're not only role models of business success, they're role models of contribution. They're role models of a meaningful and extraordinary life. Because some people just make money. But these 2 have an extraordinary life. They take care of the people around them, their family. They have a big family. So let me just, before I interview, let me show you this quick little video to interview to Sarah and Jesse. Here we go.
Hey everybody, I'm Jesse.
And I'm Sarah.
You guys are probably the most loved entrepreneurial family and couple on the internet. You both independently have amazing businesses and brands, but then you share your lives together.
I've given up panties, the worst thing. That's more information than y'all need to know, but...
began with $5,000 and what would turn into a $1 billion idea.
I didn't get any outside money. I had $5,000 from selling fax machines. Never taken a business class in my life.
And now she's selling a majority stake. The deal values her company $1.2 billion with a B dollars.
I'm living the journey that so many women didn't get a chance to live. And I'm using my profits to elevate women and empower women. He was like on MTV for rap. Then he went from that to a jet company. And then he goes from jets to coconut water and is really successful there. And now he's an author and he's a motivational speaker.
Great entrepreneurs handle the lows. When you're faced with challenging times, how you handle them can be your greatest asset. Not just to you, but to your teammates.
People start businesses, I think, for two reasons. You can make something better that already exists, or you have an idea that doesn't already exist. So if you're sitting on either one of those, you got to go for it.
Ladies and gentlemen, big welcome to Sarah Blakely, yes, and Jesse Itzler. Give them up a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Let me hear ya! Oh, yes. Hi, guys. How you doing?
Hi, we're great. I'm so happy to see you.
So happy to see you. It's been a little while. You guys came and spoke. We came and spoke for us at Business Mastery, the two of you. We did a really deep interview for a couple hours, and then they came over to the house here, and we really got to know each other and become friends, and we have so much in common. I have our 9-month-old daughter now, which we were talking about at that time, so it's been a big shift. We're so happy. Listen.
I'm so happy for you and Sage.
Thank you so much.
I can't wait to meet your daughter. I cannot wait to meet her.
So I'd like to start, if I can, Sarah, with your journey, if we could. We're going to be a little tight here just on time, but I'd really love to share. I'd like, if you wouldn't mind, to share with people, anything you're going to do in business, anything you're going to do, even working in a career where you're going to take some risk to try to grow, requires you risking failure. It requires, dealing with rejection. And your daddy really prepared you in a really unique way that I thought was really beautiful, since there are a lot of parents out here to hear. Would you share what he did with you in that area, and maybe share how also you got involved in developing yourself through personal development as well?
Absolutely. So, yes, I think one of our greatest fears as humans is the fear of failure. And one of the things that we tend to want to do the most is get our parents' approval. And so that can become a recipe for not taking risks because you want to look perfect, be perfect, and get their approval. And my dad gave me a gift that was so different. And at the time, I thought he was crazy. But at the dinner table, he used to ask my brother and me what we failed at that week. And Tony, if I didn't have something to tell him, he would literally be disappointed. And so I would come home from school and I would say, Dad, I tried out for this and I was horrible. And he would high five me. And so I know. So what happened was he was reframing my definition of failure. Yes. And failure didn't become the outcome. Failure became not trying.
Love that.
And that was the shift for me that I wish everybody got and every parent could give to their children. And now Jesse and I want to instill that in our children. But, this was in the 80s at the dinner table and everyone's like, what? Your dad's crazy. Why is he encouraging you to fail?
And he also encouraged you, if I understood correctly, he got you involved in personal development, didn't he? So you started developing yourself, not just failing, but learning from so many different sources.
Yes. So actually, when I was 16 years old, I went through a really hard personal time, and also my parents separated. And I often say in those moments, there's hidden blessings. Well, one of the hidden blessings for me as a 16-year-old, Tony, was I opened myself up to mindset and the power of mindset and taking time to invest in myself and self-help. So I became aware of you and Wayne Dyer, and I started listening. And what happened was I sat in my bedroom in 1986 and listened to these cassette tapes, and I started crying. And the thought that I had was, I have spent 16 years in school being taught what to think. No one has ever taught me how to think. And the light bulb went off, as I know it did for you and so many people. that, hey, wait a minute, I can train my brain how to process life and how to think. And so I didn't learn that in school. They didn't teach it in school, but every chance I got, I was grabbing onto your messaging and other people in the space's messaging. And that, more than anything, is the reason Spanx exists.
Wow.
That's the part of the story that isn't told.
Wow, give her a hand. That's beautiful. That's awesome. Sarah, tell us, the journey of Spanx is pretty amazing. Would you tell people, first of all, what you did before, for example, at Disney, and then in your work in sales? And then where did the inspiration come from, if you might share that? Because a lot of people have ideas and they don't, they get an idea, an exciting idea, and then later on they see 3 years later someone doing, they go, that was my idea. But, you executed. And I always tell people, it's not knowledge, it's not inspiration, it's execution, right? So tell us what you did before. Tell us what the original idea came from and how it evolved, if you don't mind.
Sure. So I was selling fax machines door to door for 7 years, you guys, getting kicked out of buildings, business cards ripped up in my face. And I had wanted to be a lawyer, but I failed the LSAT not once, but twice, and it derailed my life. And as you mentioned, then I went to Disney World and tried out to be goofy, but you have to be 5'8", and I'm only 5'6", so I'm the height of a chipmunk.
So you failed to become goofy. That's really a big one. Your dad would be proud.
That's a new kind of rock bottom, right? That was really rock bottom. And I was selling fax machines, and just like every invention out there, I was a frustrated consumer. And like you, Tony, I'd never taken a business class. I had saved up $5,000 in savings from selling fax machines. And I came across an idea for a product that I knew worked better than other products out there. And it was a new type of undergarment to wear under white pants. And I was really inspired to take the chance to get this made because I saw what it could do for me and the difference it was going to make in my life. So, one of the things that I thought was really interesting, that all the people making women's undergarments were men at the time, and they weren't spending all day in them. So I became even more inspired to become an advocate for women in a space that was creating product for women. And I used that lens and used my intuition and my empathy for the consumer and built a business around that one first product. I've never taken any outside money in 21 years other than the $5,000 from selling fax.
Give her a hand for that. That's incredible. What was the moment, though? Do I remember there was a story where you were going out, and was there a moment? Tell us the moment, because I think it's really important to realize if you capture those moments and act on those moments, amazing things can happen. What was the moment?
You're right. And you know what? Sometimes those moments come from the worst and darkest times. And those are the gifts. Sometimes complacency and things being just bad, but not awful, is not as much of a blessing as when things are awful. So if you're in a spot right now in your life where things are really bad, that is really ripe ground for something really amazing in your life. So I had one particular really bad day selling fax machines. I was crying in the car. I pulled off the side of the road and I literally said to myself, I'm in the wrong movie. Like, call the director, call the producer, cut, this is not my life. And I went home that night and I wrote in my journal what I was good at in my strengths column. And just about the only thing there was sales. I knew I loved to sell. So I wrote in my journal that night, I will invent a product that I can sell to millions of people that will make them feel good.
Wow. So talk about a story change, right? It's like change your story, change your life in that moment, right? And you didn't know what it was. So
makes you want to buy a journal, Tony.
That's right, Jesse.
I had no idea what it was going to be, Tony. No idea. It could have been widgets. It could be anything. And so I literally said to the universe, give me the idea. If you give me the idea, I will not squander it. And it took 2 years for the universe to deliver, Tony, because, the universe has its own timeline.
Right. And also wants to know you're committed, not just saying it, right?
And so I kept selling fax machines, kept getting kicked out of buildings. And then one night I cut the feet out of control top pantyhose to wear under my white pants. They solved a problem, but there was a flaw in the design. And I thought, maybe this is the idea I asked the universe for.
And you came up with the idea, you evolved it. Now you want to try and get someone to help you with it or manufacture it. Tell us about that. And then if you don't mind, tell us about how you got your first major account. Was it Nordstrom's, if I remember correctly?
Yes. So I went from, manufacturer to manufacturer. No one was willing to give me a chance. They all asked me the same 3 questions, which was, you are? And I'd say, Sarah Blakely. And they'd say, you're with? And I'd look around and go, Sarah Blakely. And they'd be like, and you're financially backed by it? I go, Sarah Blakely. And I mean, all I had was my Lucky Red backpack and my $5,000. And most of them were like, thank you very much. Good luck. But one gentleman who had 3 daughters gave me a shot, and that's how I made the first prototype. And then once I got the product perfected, I wanted to get it sold in stores. So I cold called, it was actually Neiman Marcus.
Oh, Neiman Marcus.
And yep. And I got a shot. I'd been cold calling for so long. I knew how to get my one break of that meeting with her in Dallas. And she gave me a 15-minute shot. I jumped on a plane. I flew to Dallas. I presented the product to her. And she said, I get it. I'm going to put it in 7 stores and give it a try.
Now, two things I want to make sure I add there because it sounds so simple there. The truth is, she said, just send me the product, didn't she? And you said, no, I got to show it to you in person. Tell them that part of the story because I think it's really informative. And then you also read in her face, if I remember, and she didn't really respond perfectly. So tell people those couple steps because otherwise it sounds like, you called and they just said yes. And this is really reflective of who you are, Sarah, and why you're so successful and why Jesse is too. You both live the same exact principles.
Well, I'll back up even 1 second before that. Everyone asked me after I landed Neiman Marcus, Tony, everyone in the industry was like, how in the world did you get in Neiman Marcus? And I said, I called them. And Tony, they were like, what? I go, why? What do you do? And they're like, well, there's trade shows and we set up booths and we wait for the Neiman's buyer and we've been doing it 7 years. And they say usually around the 7-year mark of being at the trade show, you get a shot with the Neiman's buyer. And so I always say what you don't know can be your greatest asset if you let it. So I didn't know how it was supposed to be done. So I literally picked up the phone. And of course, I kept getting her answering machine. I knew from my cold calling days, don't leave a message, get the human on the phone. Once I got her on the phone, she said, send me the product. And I literally just insisted. I said, I will fly there. I will stand in the parking lot if I need to and just show you quickly while you're about to go home. Just give me the 15 minutes. And she did. She said, if you feel that passionately, I'll give you 15 minutes. I flew there and I was in the meeting. And about 5 minutes into the meeting, I could tell I was losing her from her nonverbals. And she was an impeccably dressed woman at Neiman Marcus. And I just stopped the meeting and I said, you know what, Diane, I need you to come to the bathroom with me. And she was like, excuse me. I'm like, yeah, I know this is weird, but you have to just follow me to the bathroom. I'm going to show you what my product can do. And I went in the stall in like a Wonder Woman scene. I had my white pants without the Spanx. And then I put the Spanx on and she stood there and she goes, oh, okay, I get it. It's brilliant. And I'm going to give it 7 stores of a trial. Tony, I have one more thing to say about that. So guess what I did after I got the 7-store trial?
I know you didn't just take it and celebrate, did you? What'd you go do? Tell everybody what you did. I remember. Well,
first I called every friend that I had in those 7 cities. And they were some people that I literally was like, hey, remember me? I sat next to you in 4th grade. I paid them all to go buy the product, Tony. So I sent everybody $20 checks and said, please go buy Spanx and act like you've been looking for it your whole life. And then the Neiman's buyer called me and she was like, we are selling out of these. And I was like, no kidding. I can't believe it.
It still happens with new products. She's still on, calling her friends. And,
That's awesome.
The whole thing hasn't changed. I'm serious. So anyway, and then I got in those accounts, and most people, that's when entrepreneurs think I got the big account. Now I can rest easy. And that's when the hardest work for me started. I stood in the department stores for 2 years, 8 hours a day. I would do an all-store morning rally for the stores team. And then I would explain what the product was. And I stood there and sold it for the employees all day. And just to ensure my own fate, because I thought if my fate, I know my product's good, but if it sits in the the corner at Neiman Marcus, and it's dependent on a few employees that are making X dollars an hour that may or may not be inspired to sell this $1 billion idea could come and go off the shelf in 6 months. And so I literally rolled up my sleeves, and everyone thought, what are you doing? You're selling it for Neiman's? I mean, they're the ones who are getting, the customers and the sales. I was like, no, I'm selling it for Neiman's. And then I didn't realize it, but I was building an entire sales force that wasn't on my payroll because these people started rooting for me.
Yes.
And they started calling all their customers after I would leave the store.
That's incredible. Listen, everybody, I want you to hear that. Most people think Sarah went on Oprah and that was it. She got an Oprah, because a lot of people have done that with some of their product or service. Think about most people just celebrate Neiman Marcus and then wait for it to go. The fact that you did what you did, not only getting your friends to buy, but to show up. Well, didn't you do that for almost 2 years? Is my memory right? Or a year and a half or something?
Two solid years, Tony.
2 solid years on the road, going to all the different stores. And I understand sometimes they wanted you out of there because you were going to different departments that they weren't selling in. You were making sure everybody knew about Spanx.
Oh, yeah. I mean, because my product was in the sleepiest corner of the store. So I was also always trying to strategize on how to get the product out of the hosiery department and in cosmetics or shoes where more customers were.
Yes.
So I even one time I would go to Target and buy stands and put them all over Neiman Marcus cash registers and makes everybody think somebody else approved it, because obviously they would never give me approval to do that. And one time I even quickly duct taped my stand to a display and ran out. And the girl that I knew in the hosiery department was like, Sarah, were you here yesterday? Did you duct tape a stand to the top of our display? And I said, yeah, but I just thought, more customers would see it if I did that. And she goes, yeah, well, they have you on surveillance camera. And the manager is not happy.
And was it the CEO of Neiman's or someone they went to, they were going to knock you out? And tell him what he said when he saw your sales.
Yes, I'd been doing this and going rogue because sometimes you have to ask for forgiveness and not permission. I'm always like, as long as I'm not really hurting anybody, I got to go for this. Yeah. And so they were really mad, and they said, well, this young entrepreneur, I mean, Neiman Marcus is so impeccable. The stores are perfectly designed. This girl's gone to Target and bought tons of those little envelope stands and put her product at every cash register without permission. And we want to kick her out of the store. And he looked at the sales numbers and he said, how much is her product? And they said, it's a $20 item. And he looked at how much I was selling, and I was selling over $1 million in his store in a $20 item. And he said, let this girl keep doing what she's doing.
That's awesome. That's so awesome. Well, one more question. I want to come to you, Jesse, because your journey is just as exciting. But tell us a little bit, if you would, about creating raving fan clients, because it's great to create a product, but you don't stop there. You go over the edge, and your clients are raving fans. I'm a man. I remember I never heard of Spanx. The first time we met, I think it was on the Today Show or something, if I remember right. And I was like, well, what is Spanx? And like every woman I knew looked at me like, are you nuts? You don't know what Spanx are? But most men didn't. I know you even created men's Spanx now. But tell us, what do you do to create raving fan clients? What would be your secret to that? And then if you don't mind, share with us, what was it like for you? Because I've had the same privilege of selling a portion of your business. And then tell them what you were able to do for your employees. And I'm just curious what that felt like for you, because I know you so well. I know what a giant heart you have. Do you mind sharing that?
Yeah, absolutely. So I was very, very excited to be able to offer my employees a big surprise when I recently did sell part of the business, as Tony said, and I surprised every employee at Spanx and gave them 2 first-class tickets to anywhere in the world and $10,000 to spend on their trip.
How cool is that? It's awesome. What was that like for them, and what was it like for you? Because this has been, how many year journey now for you, Sarah?
21 years.
Wow.
I've owned Spanx 100% for 21 years. And, we've been through a lot together as a team. I mean, 9/11, pandemic, recessions, housing market crisis. I mean, we've seen each other go through ups and downs personally. And I wanted each employee to celebrate this huge moment in their own way. And I think the most valuable thing we have in life are memories. And so I thought long and hard about what I wanted to give everybody. And I thought a trip, a really once in a lifetime memorable trip for them to take with someone they love will be the best thing. And it was a lot of tears. I was crying. They were crying. The video went so viral. I couldn't even believe it. It was like headline news in Israel and Singapore.
Wow.
And, that made me excited, but it also made me realize that maybe it's not happening enough for it to become that much headline news.
Yes.
But, my children were very cute. They were very excited. They were there. And then how to create raving clients and fans is, my bottom line has never been the financials. It's always been their bottom. Like I care so much about the consumer, and I'm so obsessed. And for me, my product is the expression of love.
Yes.
Like you said, business is a spiritual thing. I couldn't agree more. I feel like my way to advocate for women and men, because we now make men's products, but is through product. And I don't want to cut corners. I want to give them something very special, something unique, something that doesn't already exist in the market. I'm really big on differentiating.
Yes.
And I've been very centered with the word why the whole journey. Like every time we do something, everybody at Spanx knows Sarah's going to ask why. She's not really going to ask what, she's going to be very concerned in why are we doing this?
Yes.
What purpose is this going to serve?
Yes.
And I think that's how you create raving fans. The women out there felt the love. I mean, Spanx didn't have money to advertise, and we became a global household name by word of mouth. And that was the love the customers were feeling.
Give her a hand. 1.2 billion just for part of the business. 21 years, taking care of her family, taking care of her employees. Amazing. Jesse, I want to come to you, brother. I mean, any other man sitting beside his wife would feel a little intimidated, but you guys are made for each other because you're just as successful. You've built the businesses. Tell us a little bit about your journey and tell us a little about going from being a rapper to, jets and now obviously Zico, coconut water. But tell us a little bit about the principles that guide you, because you both operate from very similar principles as well. I mean, I don't know, you both kind of evolved that way on your own and then came together, but tell us a little bit about your journey.
Well, I just want to say one thing, listening, it never gets tiring for me to hear Sarah's story. It's so inspiring, but what really strikes me about her story the most, and I get to live with her, I see her day in and day out, yes, she started with $5,000 and no experience. She never had investors, never formally advertised for years. It's an unbelievable entrepreneurial journey. But, everybody here listening to this story and to Tony, and only one of us can be the richest or the best looking or the smartest, but anyone can care the most.
That's right.
And what I found in Sarah's journey is she cared the most.
Yes.
She genuinely, everything she did, there was a reason. And she asked herself, why am I doing this? How do I make this better? How is this helping the customer? How is this helping women? And my journey is pretty similar. You ask like, what's guided me or whatever. Tony, sometimes at the beginning of the year, they say, pick a word that will help you, like, your theme for the year. And It could be newness or change or spontaneity. And everyone picks adventure or whatever. For the last 3 years, I've had the same word. And that word is soul. Like if I'm going to do something, and Sarah's the same way, I'm putting my soul into it.
Yes.
And I believe that customers feel soul. You can't outsource soul.
Yes.
And soul has taken me, when you get a 980 on your SATs, it takes you to a lot of places. And, similar to Sarah, I've cared a lot and I put my soul into it, man. If I'm going to my kid's soccer game, I'm going to be where my feet are. I'm going to put my soul into it. Right now, until you tell me to stop, everyone here is getting my soul. And then I'm going to go to the next thing. And that's going to get my soul.
Yes.
And I think that gets lost, man, in translation. And you can't underestimate passion, enthusiasm, and soul.
There's also, both of you are, I don't know if you're fearless, because we all have some fear at some time, but you don't let fear stop you, either one. There's this, you've managed to crush any self-doubt. I'd like to know, how'd you do that to become a rapper? How'd you do that to become a business person? And if you want to help people out here who have some fear, which is natural, they're letting doubt hold them back. How do you crush self-doubt, and how do you turn fear into power?
I think everything in my life, in my journey, I've had a very unconventional journey.
Say the least.
I went from kiddie pool attendant, 10 years later, having a private jet company that did $5 billion in sales and ultimately selling it to Warren Buffett's NetJets with a lot of failure in between. Yes. And it just reminds me and everybody here that everybody here is one idea, one referral, one meeting, one appointment away from changing the entire trajectory of your life,
yes.
And I've gotten lucky. I would say Sarah too. Like there's a luck element to it.
When you give your soul and work your ass off, luck tends to come, right?
Right. You put yourself in a position where you attract luck.
Yes.
It doesn't happen Sunday night watching TV. You have to put yourself in a position where you attract luck. But I think the theme that's been consistent with me in my journey is I've always believed in the end of the story. My dad owned the plumbing supply house. I slept on 18 different couches, jumping around from 19 to 22. But I used to walk into my office, Tony, when I was 21 years old, 22, and say to my partner, we're millionaires. They just haven't paid us yet, But I believe that. I always go to the end of the movie. I start at the end, and I don't obsess on how I'm going to get there, because that's intimidating and scary.
Yes.
And the success has always been on the other side of fear.
Yes.
And when I feel pressure's a privilege, man. Pressure's a privilege.
What a great belief. That's awesome.
We play for that,
Yes.
The great Serena, Jordan, they want that pressure. And I always find that pressure weeds people out. And if I can go through through that wall, that's where the gold is. And any time in my life where I get too scared or too intimidated, and I turn around and said, I don't have enough experience. I'm not good enough. I'm not good at sales. I regret it, And the way that I break through it, and it never goes away.
Yes.
Even on this call.
Yes.
Like I'm still, I was still nervous. My hands are still sweaty. Like it doesn't go away,
yeah.
But it means you're on the right track. But I think of it this way. Nobody here signed up to be the 80% version of themselves. No one wants to look back when you're 90 years old and be like, yes, I was 80% of what I could have. Like we didn't sign up for that. But none of us on this call is going to be here most likely in 100 years. There'll be another wave of humanity. So when I think of my own mortality and it doesn't, in the scheme of the universe, it's somewhat insignificant over time. I don't want to have that regret, and when I think of that, no one's going to think that, oh, I didn't ask someone on a date when I was younger, or I didn't, want to come on the call because I was scared, or I was scared to ask someone for their phone number or a business meeting. No one in China, I live in Atlanta, cares about that.
Yeah.
No one's going to care about it in 100 years. So I use that as a tool to get me past that wall of fear.
And Sarah, you also did that. If I remember right, I thought it was interesting. All three of us, I've always had a sense of there's a limited amount of time. And I think, didn't you have a friend die? Is that one of the triggers for you? I'm trying to remember. Would you share what that was? Is that true? Is death or the potential of a limited time then a reason why you've maximized everything you can in this life, both with your business, but with your husband and with your kids?
Yes. I mean, you're right. You have a good memory. One of the things that led me to you and Wayne Dyer when I was 16 is I was riding bikes with one of my really close friends in high school, and she was run over and killed by a car in front of me. And my parents got separated at the same time. But I've always really focused on my own mortality in a really positive way. I love that it makes me feel small and insignificant in all the great ways, because it quiets the self-doubt and the fear of being embarrassed. It puts it in perspective. It's like, come on now. We're just here for such a short amount of time, and you got to go for it. But for me, self-doubt also one way, and it's an ongoing thing. I still battle self-doubt tremendously. It's not something that I have conquered.
Yes.
But I will say that when you make what you're doing bigger than yourself, that's one of the biggest tools of combating self-doubt. Yes. So if it's just about you and your journey, it's so much easier when that self-doubt gets really loud to go, you're right, and sit on the couch. But if you're doing it for women and on behalf of women around the world who do not have this opportunity, and as a thank you for your mom and your grandmothers that came before you who didn't have this opportunity, you could tell that voice to, get lost and you get off the couch. So I encourage everybody listening, what matters to you beyond you? Like, what are you passionate about? What makes you cry? That's a really good way to find out, because some people are like, I don't know what I'm passionate about. Well, what makes you cry? I cry about lost potential of women and that's meant for our planet. And so Spanx was about that for me. And that helps me with the self-doubt, Tony, but it is real and it is fierce. I mean, my self-doubt is loud.
Give it up for her. That's beautiful. It's so beautiful. We talked about this yesterday, in public speaking, people are so afraid. And I always tell people, you're only afraid if you're thinking about yourself. If you're really obsessed with how you're going to serve, you're focusing on the people out there, and then they feel your connection because you're not in your head. Jesse, I want to come back to you a little bit more if I may. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say something because we're parents of 4 children, and, I still feel like I'm new to parenting, Tony.
How old are your kids now?
We have 12, 7, 7, and 6. That's awesome. 4 kids.
That's awesome.
And,
one that's 53. It's my most challenging, Tony.
Well, I probably fit the same description for my wife.
Right. But
Sage and I could have some conversations over some cocktails.
I don't know how the parents are on this or listening to this conversation. But one thing I would say is, and, we're a work in progress. Disappointment has been stripped from kids. Kids make every team. There's participation trophy, and it's been stripped. And I think when it comes to fear, letting kids experience, as hard as it is as a parent, letting them experience disappointment really helps them as it relates to their journey and their attitude towards fear. When I was a kid, if I was having a baseball catch with my dad and the ball, someone threw a ball and my dad saw it was going to hit my face because the mitt was down, he let it hit me. He gave me the lesson. I want to block every ball that comes after all of our kids, and you can't. You have to let people experience. And it's the same for us. We put ourselves in a position where, and that's what I'm most proud about for Sarah. And even for me in our journey, it's not, the success of Spanx. It's like, it's amazing. I've had some success and failure, amazing, but we put ourselves in a position. And if you want to have an extraordinary life or do extraordinary things, you have to put yourself in extraordinary situations.
Yes.
And it doesn't always work out.
That's right.
But you have to put yourself in those situations to experience extraordinary.
It's like a child who never breaks their bones. They're definitely afraid to break a bones. If you've broken half a dozen bones during your life, you're not afraid and you're free. And one of the biggest challenges, I think, because of COVID is our children and adults now. Risk has become a 4-letter word. And you look at the people that came to this country, the Pilgrims, they knew they had a 1 in 3 chance of survival, and they did it for freedom. And we're afraid to breathe next to someone with a disease that 99.57% of the people survive. So it really requires us to be different in our parenting. I want to come back to parenting, but before we go, I want to get a couple more examples with you, Jesse, if you don't mind. Would you give, your journey, you're making it so simple. You're freaking amazing. Tell us one of the moments of how you built this idea of your own jet company. And, from you didn't have the background, and tell people what the initial thought came from, kind of like Sarah did. And then tell them one of the toughest moments and how you got through it, if you don't mind, just to give people a reference, because otherwise it sounds general. And you've been through hell and you've taken huge risks and you found the way to win. So tell us a little about that, if you don't mind.
Yeah. From 21 to 30, I was a kiddie pool attendant. I sold meat, chicken, and shrimp door to door. I cleaned meat trucks. I wrote theme songs for sports teams. I was a jingle and commercial writer. I had a rap career that didn't work out the way I hoped it would work out. I just went through a lot of different, I would try anything. 20s are a great time to try anything. And I was like, whatever sticks. If someone needed a pizza delivery man, if it paid, I'm like, I'm a pizza delivery man. I'd do anything.
Yes.
But then I was 28 years old and I was a guest on a private jet. And when I walked on the airplane, it was like the scene in The Wizard of Oz when everything in life goes from black and white to color.
Yes.
I couldn't believe people flew this way. And by the time we landed, my partner and I were like, let's start a private jet company so we can fly on private planes. Like, definitely. Except we had no airplanes, no money, and no experience.
That's inconvenient,
but,
isn't it?
I said, yeah, well, we had an idea. And
I love that Jesse wasn't like, we need to meet more friends with planes. His mind went to, we have to start our own company.
I know, I love that, isn't it? That's why you guys are married. You think at the same scale.
I didn't have time to get experience is a little bit overrated. Unless you're a surgeon, it takes too long. I'm like, we just start a private jet company. And
with no planes.
But so the first step was when we did a little research, entrepreneurs do two things, right? And Sarah talks well about this, but either they make an existing product better or they create a brand new category of product. Yes. And we did. We saw an opportunity, like most ideas, that's where they're born. It was born out of something that would make my life better. And we saw a white space. And when we first went after it and started going into like, well, how do we start a private jet company? We had nothing.
Yes.
Someone said, we have to get Department of Transportation approval, FAA approval, build a sales team, raise money. I was like, I was a kiddie pool attendant. What are you talking about? But I was like, well, what's the first thing you said we have to do? Department of Transportation approval. Well, let's find a lawyer that's specialized. Let's break down this big monumental task into the first step.
Yes.
We need a lawyer that does that. Okay, we did that. Check the box. What was the second thing you said we needed to do? Well, let's do that. And that's the way we did it. Again, if you look at tasks, goals, any goal, I'm an ultra runner. I've run 100-mile races. When you look at that, it's incredibly overwhelming, too overwhelming. But you have to break it down into mile by mile, stage by stage.
Yes.
In any journey, you can't skip the steps.
Yes.
So we started to chip away, Tony, and slowly but surely, we built this business one customer at a time. And we did it by caring the most. What we thought was our greatest obstacle, lack of experience, was the greatest blessing, because it allowed us to design a program that was different than everybody else's program in a way that really reflected what the customers needed and wanted. And as opposed to following the playbook and the industry norm.
Yes.
We were very different in our offering and our product. And that's what entrepreneurship is. It's being different and solving a problem.
Give them an example of one of the risks you took. If I remember correctly, you had some major celebrity and you've figured out how to charter them a plane that was way beyond your means. Do you know the story I'm referring to? Do you remember that?
Of course.
Yeah, will you share with people? It's just an example of the kind of gutsy things you did, both of you did, that put you on the map. Because if you didn't do those extraordinary things, you wouldn't have had those breakthroughs, right? You took those risks.
Well, I'll tell you my first sales story. I was back when we started the company, there was no sophisticated way to get leads. We had to go where wealthy people were. So I heard about a conference in Monterey, California called TED, and that there were a lot of people from Silicon Valley that would attend that were qualified to buy a jet card. So I took a commercial flight. It took me 16 hours with connections and driving. And when I got there, I didn't realize that you needed a credential to get into the TED conference. So they didn't let me anywhere near the thing. And I'm thinking, I also know, as entrepreneurs, we don't negotiate our goals.
Yeah.
I'm leaving there with a sale no matter what. I don't know how, but I'm not going to negotiate this down. So I'm in the coffee shop, and about an hour later, a wave of people come in and they order lattes and muffins. And I realized they all have credentials. They're on break. This is where they hang out. I don't even have to go to the conference. I got to be here. So the next morning I woke up at 5:00. They were all ordering lattes and muffins, and I bought every single muffin at the store. So I now controlled all the muffin inventory in Monterey, California. And I waited. And sure enough, 9:00, the first wave of people come in. The guy orders a latte and a muffin. And they say, I'm sorry, we can give you a latte. We're all out of muffins. He's like, it's 9:00. What? And as he's walking out, I stopped him and I said, sorry, I overheard you. I actually have an extra muffin. He's like, do you have an extra muffin? I was like, I have 500 muffins. And he asked me what I did. I said, I have a private jet company. Again, what we say in the beginning, put yourself in a position where you attract luck. He said, I'm in the market for a private jet. Do you mind if I sit down and learn more? And I'm like, do I mind? Absolutely not. And he was my first customer, Josh Koppelman, from a company called half.com. I'm sure he would have no problem with me sharing that. He just sold his company to eBay. But the reason why sharing this story is that wasn't in my business plan.
Yes.
It wasn't like I'm going to start a jet company. I'm going to go to a coffee shop, buy a muffin, sneak in, no. And most of the things that have been successful for me, and I'll say the same for Sarah, not to put words in her mouth, the difference makers are things you didn't plan. They're things that aren't in your business plan. They're opportunities that come across that you just put yourself in a position. And that's been the difference maker for me. It's not, you can execute a business plan. You can hire people to do a business plan. It's those kind of things where like, I'm not negotiating, that have made the difference.
What'd you invest in the muffins? How much was it?
Right, exactly. It was nothing. And by the way, here's another interesting point. What happened when I had he was my first customer. I serviced the heck out of him, Tony. I did what everybody on this call would do, right? He expected me to take his calls. He expected me to carry his bags, but I did the unexpected. He didn't expect the list of emergency doctors for kids when he went to Mexico, and concierge services in Mexico, and restaurant reservations and this and that. I got into his life and I became friends with him, and I started to care about him, and a crazy thing happened. He gave me a referral. Yes. And when my business had an issue, he stuck with me.
Yes.
We built it block by block.
Yes.
It wasn't like the way it was supposed to be. It wasn't transactional.
Yes.
It was relationship driven.
Yes.
And Tony, do you want to hear the craziest thing about his story of starting a jet company?
What?
I met my wife.
It led him to his wife.
Are you serious? That's how you guys met? Oh my gosh. All right, you got to tell us that story. How did you guys first get together? You got to tell us that story.
Well,
ahead,
listen, I moved to Atlanta because all my friends said there were cute, available men there. And I grew up in Florida.
Hold on, can I say one thing?
Yeah.
Just to interrupt. Like I said before, I was a millionaire, like no one's paid me. I dated and married Sarah 5 years before she knew me. We were married in my head for 3 years before I even met her.
Are you serious?
No. A sales rep of mine had
not that far ahead,
but basically,
wow.
We were having an event, and our Georgia rep said, I think you should invite this girl who started Spanx. I had no idea what Sarah Spanx or anything, and send a picture.
Yes.
To go to this party. And I said, yeah, please make sure she attends. And we were married a year later.
Okay. I want to hear your version, Sarah.
Well, yes, that's similar to my version. But, I went out to Vegas. It happened in Vegas. And I saw Jesse walk through the casino. I didn't know he was part of Marquis Jet or NetJets. And I literally thought to myself, like, that person's in my movie.
Wow.
And I didn't know what that meant or anything. I just felt an energy or something. And then 3 hours later, I checked in and my sales rep said, oh, Sarah, I want you to meet the founder. And it was him out of everybody in Vegas. I wasn't sure if I was ever going to see him again because he just walked through the casino. And I thought, yep, he's in my movie.
Wow.
And then it just, he lived in New York. I lived in Atlanta. He started Marquis Jet in 2000. I started Spanx in 2000. And our worlds are so different. He grew up in Long Island, New York. I grew up on Clearwater Beach, but we met because I took a risk on myself and was successful enough to afford a private jet and hours on a private jet. And he took a risk to create that company. And there we met.
Wow.
Tony, we were in Las Vegas the first night we met, and we went to dinner. And at 9:30, Sarah excused herself because she goes to bed at 9:30. And we're in Vegas. It's 9:30. We just met. She's going to bed. And I was like, that's different. That's a different human. I haven't met a lot of humans like that.
All right, I got to ask you both one last question of it. What's that?
I'm an entrepreneur. We're exhausted. My bedtime is like 9.
I got to ask you one last question, the two of you. What advice do you give entrepreneurs out there? Because you guys have such busy lives, filled lives, different businesses, and yet you have 4 children, and I know you're incredibly committed parents, and you're both athletic, and Jesse, you're athletic at a level that's crazy, 100-mile runs. What would your advice to how do you create an extraordinary quality of life even though you've got all these demands simultaneously? What's your guys' secret? What's a secret you like to share with other people? Because you hear people talk about work-life balance, and I haven't found that to be true. I found work-life integration is really true, but I'm curious how you look at it and what your view is.
Well, there's a lot of ways to answer that. I'll answer this in a way that's really not, I don't think Google would share. I'm going to say two things. As a parent, I have a rule, Tony, Sarah knows it, that I'm never too tired for my kids, no matter what.
Yes.
And my kids are 7, they want to have a baseball catch, and I had a long day. If it's so out of whack that I'm too tired for my kids, my work balance, my life model's broken.
Right.
So I'm never too tired for my kids. Beautiful. But as it relates to your question about entrepreneurship, I'm gonna give an answer that you wouldn't expect, and an answer that's not talked about a lot. And I think it's important because we hear about grind and hustle and how'd you do it and how'd you build it and all this stuff. But here's something that people should not forget. They did a study recently, and they interviewed people that had a liquid net worth of over $20 million. So the wealthiest people, liquid, and they asked them what their biggest regret was in accumulating all their net worth.
Yes.
And overwhelmingly, the answer was what they had to give up to get what they had.
Yes.
And you never, my advice is, yes, you want to work hard, obvious. You don't have to go to Harvard to know that, but you don't want to give up what you already have for what you want.
Yes. I agree.
And along the journey, what we're most proud of for sure is that we didn't do that. We have family dinners, we go to the games, that's important, man. You can't get that back.
Yes.
And I don't want that regret. You can't pay me any amount of money, nothing, zero, billions, nothing to get that. So you don't want to give up what you have for what you want. That's my two.
Give him a hand for that. That's beautiful.
I'm here.
And Sarah, what would be your feedback?
I would say that balance is, like you said, it's more integration. I'm a work in progress in that. I would say a few things. One is I didn't have children and I wasn't married in the really initial grind of Spanx.
Yes.
So I think also planning out your life and cadence and figuring out when certain chapters are meant to come is helpful. Some planning for people and for myself when I don't have that and I'm, in something very intensely, it's really important to remember to hire your weaknesses as soon as you can afford to. Be willing to delegate. You have to make decisions. You might make a little bit less money to spend more money on a talent that's more qualified, but that might mean you get to spend more time with your other priorities. Yes. So it's all a balance of figuring out where you invest for what matters most to you. And then Jesse and I, just as far as work-life balance and being, parents of 4 children and also business people, we communicate a lot. I, especially as a woman, I have check-ins with Jesse and I'll say, here's what's happening in my column in our home life that I feel like I'm taking over. And here's yours. And it feels out of balance. And the first time I did that, Tony, Jesse actually got emotional because he hadn't really thought about it. And I, as a woman, hadn't even thought about it either. I just thought, well, this is what you do. I mean, this is what I saw my mom do. The reality is a lot of women are the CEO of their home. Not always, but they're the CEO of the home and everything kind of running. And then they're also working full time. So we have a lot of check-ins with each other. And there's a lot of mutual respect of us trying to divide our home in half. And we'll look at the piece of paper, like we'll Ben Franklin it. And I'll look at my column and his column. And he'll say, you're right. I need to take 3 things off your column and put it on my column. So picking a partner that's supportive in wanting to be a teammate of that is a huge part of the equation. Also,
that's beautiful. Well, you both said something interesting. I hope everybody heard as well. Jesse talked about starting the business. Who was the way he answered it. One of the things I do in all my businesses, and I've had the good fortune of, is, okay, this is what we need to do. Who? Because you get the right who, and you can get that job done. We talked about the lawyer, for example, and you've done the same thing here. If you don't make those investments, even I had no money, I traded in the beginning days for things. I'll give you this if you'll do this. And that starts to leverage you. Otherwise, you're a business operator. You're never an owner. You never get to the point where you really can be strategic and make it work. You two are 2 of the most beautiful role models I could have the privilege to share with people, much less call friends. I look forward to seeing you again soon. Sarah, I'm going to call you about your book, so I'll follow up with you in the next couple of weeks. We'll look forward to it. Can we have a hand for these 2 beautiful souls that gave their time to us? Jesse and Sarah! Sarah Blakely, Jesse Itzler!
Thank you!
Thank you. All right, on your feet, shake your body out. Let's do it. Stand up, shake your body out. Point at someone in your room or on the screen and say, I own you, baby. No, I own you. No, I own you. Out to their energy for 30 seconds. 1, 2, 3, go. Make a sound that unleashes your passion, your energy. Make a sound that makes you feel great. Your puppy's having a good time too there, Anna. Ava. Oh, yes. High fives. This bump's virtual or in person. And when you sit down in a peak state. Take a big sip of water and hydrate. I'll join you.
Every time I need a rescue, hanging on the verge of breakdown.
All right.
Even though I try,
now wake your body up in the chair. Here we go. Stronger.
makes me break down. Every time I need a rescue, hanging on the verge of breakdown. Waiting for a touch to save the day.
Oh, yes. If you're feeling strong, make a fist and say yes. Say yes. So one of the things I like to do, and we do this in the seminars as well, I teach about 85% of it, but I bring in special people so that you get to see it's not just one person who's really able to do this. And to see Sarah start with $5,000 and nothing but rejection, become the youngest female billionaire in history, or Jesse build a $5 billion jet company with no planes, no money or anything, just put himself in the right environment. So I want you to get what's really possible. And you don't get this if you just stay at home and you live around the people that you know. One of the greatest things I've learned is proximity is power. That if you really want to grow, you have to put yourself in environments with the people that are doing things that you're not doing. And after a while, something's going to hit you. If you're uninspired, people tell me, I'm just not inspired, or, I just can't get myself going. I just don't have any drive or motivation. No, it's not you're not motivated. Just have impotent goals. You don't have anything that excites you. You got to get around where it's better. You got to get around people like we put together here and like we do in these events. And then the people that you meet, you start realizing what's possible. Who's had this experience before? You thought, I can't do something. One day you met somebody who was like, if they can do this, I can do it too. Who's ever had that experience? Make some noise, right? But our lives are so powerfully shaped by our environment. Most Americans are overweight, and the reason is, if you study it, is really the food environment. Food is now everywhere. It didn't used to be at the gas station and at the market and instant and call the phone and they'll deliver it to your house. A Coke used to be, anybody old enough, a little glass Coke bottle was about that big. Now a big gulp is 3 times the size of your stomach. And so what's happened is, today the food environment it feeds you in a way that doesn't make you healthy. And most of us have not created an environment of people that are going to grow us, expand us, and help us really go where we want to go. And you think you'd find that in social media, and sometimes you do, those are friends that you keep together, but usually, unfortunately, that environment has become corrupted by people that do it just for their own significance or exaggerate what's really going on. And so it's critically important to constantly put yourself in new environments and meet new people, because great ideas are not going to interrupt you. They must be pursued. They're only going to be found if you go after it. A new life requires constantly putting yourself in new environments. It requires risk. It requires investing in yourself, time, energy, money, effort, not just keep doing what you're doing. If you do what you've always done, you'll get what you always had. If you want a new world, you need to start to create it on your own. You're not having, the core message that I try to share with people is, don't be the manager of your life circumstances. Be the creator of your life. Start designing it. Most people are so busy making a living, they've never taken time to design their life or even begin it. And you don't have to have a perfect understanding, but you do need the energy again, the vitality. You need the stimulation. You need the new stories. And then most importantly, you need the strategies that can help you accelerate and get results quicker than you ever thought possible before. So to finish off today, I want to give you a couple little more pieces. And the piece I want to give you is whether you own your own company or you want to start a company, or you work for somebody else, the secret is still added value. That's what both of these people did. I hope you heard with Jesse. What did he do? He didn't just put himself in position. He didn't just put himself on the line. Once he had a client, both of them, what did Sarah do? She didn't go, oh, I got Neiman Marcus. This is the greatest thing in the world, and go high five everybody. She spent 2 years going on the road every single day. They didn't ask her to do it. She went out there. She was ensuring her success. She added value over and over and over again. That's how she got to $1 billion. You don't get there by just one lucky spot or just breaking through one time. And the same add more value is what Jesse did. Remember what he said with the gentleman? He anticipated. Doctor's forum was going to Mexico, restaurant, everything this guy would never expect. So it's like, when you do more for others than anybody else, you create raving fans, not satisfied customers. Satisfied customers go away. Raving fans stay. And they'll stay, as he said, even when he had some challenging times. And I've experienced that as well. I started out, I was not a business person. I had no business background. I made all kinds of mistakes. But I was so obsessed with making sure I got results from my clients. They're like extended family for me. And it's like, I've always got to do it better. I've always got to take them to the next level. There is a way. And when you do that over and over again, you build a brand. You do that over again, you build clients. You do that over again, you got a business. Now you might say, but Tony, I work for somebody else. It's the same exact thinking. You got to think like an owner. Write this down. If you think like an owner, you'll become one. If you think and act like an owner, you'll become one. You can work for somebody else. And if you really start adding value, thinking about how to take care of clients or customers, bringing new ideas to the table, doing things without even ask for it that make things better, then after a while, you're going to stand out. And then one or two things are going to happen. If you become more valuable and you keep becoming more valuable, they're going to offer you a chance to be an owner in a form of profitability, which can be better than owning a business in some cases because you don't have any of the risk and you have all the upside. And if they don't offer that to you, somebody else will, or you'll eventually say, hey, I'm going to do this myself. So I want you to know, economic freedom can be had for anybody. You need an idea that makes things a little better, and you need to be so obsessed you find a way to continually grow it. And listen, I know the tools now. I mean, I do a whole seminar called Business Mastery, 5 days and nights, and I guarantee people $1 million of value on day one, or they pay nothing. No one takes the money, nobody walks away. So that's how I've got all these companies now, because there's certain principles that work. So now let me give you the shortest business lesson I can give you. And again, if you work for somebody else, you want to think the same way. But this is how I've grown every company I have at the most fundamental level. Obviously, I have many tools. But whenever I take over a company or invest in a company or I'm brought into a company, a strategic partner, I look to do 3 things. And how many of you, by the way, have your own business? Let me see a show of hands out there, or put it, if you would, put it in the chat if you have your own business or you want your own business. Yeah, a huge number of you. So the first thing I want to do, and let me tell you where I got this from first, just for a second. So how many of you are familiar with Zappos? Zappos, the company that sells shoes and so forth online. So the founders of Zappos were 3 guys who had this great idea in 1999. They thought, And as 2000 started and Y2K, everybody's worried about, none of that happened. But they had this idea, they're going to sell shoes to women online. And the bottom line is, it didn't go well. And within about 9 months, they were almost bankrupt. And so he reached out to a friend of mine who's recently passed away. His name was Tony Hsieh. And Tony was very successful already at a very young age. And they said, can you help us figure out why is this not working? Well, imagine in the year 1999, 2000, someone comes to you and says, we have this great idea. We're going to sell shoes to women online, and we want you to invest. Well, how's that work? They got to try them on. So they got to buy the shoes, pay the shipping, and then they can try them on at home. That's nice. But then what if it doesn't work? What if it doesn't fit? What if they don't like them? Then they got to box them all up, pay the shipping back, and try to get a refund. And so Tony looked at him and said, I'm going to give you a lesson. There's only 2 things you got to do in business. Now, I think there's 3 now. I add a third one that's really simple. But there's 2 things for any business to really grow. First, and even if you haven't started a business, this is where I want you to start. You got to answer the question, who is my ideal client? Who's my ideal customer or client? Now, I don't mean who you currently have as a client. Sometimes you have nice clients. Who's your ideal client? In other words, who's the person who's going to love your product in their nature? Who's the one who's going to share it with people? Who's going to add word of mouth? Who's the person who's got enough resources that if the economy goes down, they'll still want or need and invest in your product? Who's a customer who might want to buy more than one of these things or ongoingly be a client for you? Who is your ideal client? You got to describe that person in detail. And then he said, you got to know more about them than you know about themselves. And here's what you really need to know. What do they love? What do they hate? What excites them? What do they need? What are their pains? See, I've always taught people, and see if you believe it's true. I think life is found in the dance between what you desire most and what you fear most. Somewhere between those is where people live. They don't want to get too fearful. They have these huge desires, they have these big fears, and where they fight for the world is right in between those 2. So if I know what you desire most and fear most, if I know what you really need, if I know more about you and your desires and hurts and pains, then I can solve problems for you. I can come up with a product or service that meets your needs. So the first thing he said to him is, you guys have the ideal client. I mean, look who your client is. Your client is women. Women love shoes. Now, men like shoes too, but some men love shoes a lot. But most men, shoes are, that's nice. But ladies, how many of you out there, you put on one shoe, you're one woman. You put on another shoe, you're another woman. How many women out there love shoes? Make some noise. Put in the chat if you love shoes, ladies. Come on. Let's hear if you love them. Show us in the chat you love them if you do. For a lot of women, shoes can equal happiness. Now, I got the same shoes I wear all the freaking time. I got multiple pairs of the same shoe, same color, same everything. Keep it simple, right? But for a woman, it's different. Now, it is for some men too, but he said you already have the ideal client. You're just not thinking enough about what they need and want. And as a result, you've got, number 2, you need an irresistible offer. And he said, you have a terrible offer. He said, what do you mean an irresistible? I mean an offer that is so good that people think to themselves, wow, if I don't do this, I'd be an idiot. I at least got to try this. That was the idea. He said, but look at your offer. You're saying we got all these shoes and you can try them on at home, but here's what you got to do. Buy them, pay the shipping, try them on at home. If you don't like them, you have to ship them all back, pay the shipping, and then we'll give you a refund. That's a horrible offer, and that's why you're going bankrupt. So they said to him, well, what would you do? What offer would you make? And he said, well, I'd say buy as many shoes as you want, because he said women love shoes. They like variety. Buy 12 pairs if you want. We will pay the shipping to you so you can try them at home. And if you don't like them at all, any of them or all of them, we will pay the shipping back and give your money back. Now, if you're an investor in this company and you hear this new plan, we're going to pay all the shipping, buy as many shoes, 20 pairs of shoes they want. We're going to pay the shipping to them, try them out at home. The ones they don't like, they're going to ship them all back. We're going to pay the shipping. What are you thinking? There's no way we're going to go bankrupt. And that's exactly what they said to him. He said, well, you're already going bankrupt, so you might as well try an irresistible offer, right? And sure enough, guess what? These people kept the shoes because, ladies, give these gentlemen feedback. They may not understand this because you don't understand women. If they get a shoe they really like and it doesn't fit quite perfect, They'll keep it for the future, someday when it'll fit. Ladies, how many of you have done this? Make some noise if you've done this, ladies. Come on. Come on. As a man, I don't understand it, but for women, it makes sense somehow. And as a result of just knowing who that client was, changed to the irresistible offer, and then I want to give you a third step. Because to me, this is what Tony did. He just didn't call it that. And I do it always. Always give more than you expect to receive. And that's over-deliver. Give more than you promise. Everybody else over-promises and under-delivers. I under-promise and over-deliver. And people are like, this is the most incredible thing you can't even imagine. And they tell everybody about it. And that's how your brand gets built. So he started making sure that when they delivered their shoes, they dropped an extra, like a belt in or something else in, or a little special card, something that allowed them to feel over-delivered for as well. So you do those three things, and guess what? Within 7 years, that company was near bankruptcy, was sold for $1.2 billion to Amazon. And Tony Hsieh stayed because he was really about delivering happiness. He passed away recently, unfortunately, and beautiful man, but he left a legacy of such love and such joy. Now, you can take this to any company. I've done it with every company I've ever had, and when you do it, it changes the business completely. And I don't care what the business is. You know, most of you are familiar with like Domino's Pizza. And Tom Monahan and his brother started out in 1960, and they bought an old pizza place, and they started working on it. And after a while, you know, things got tough, so Tom's brother sold his shares for a 1959 Volkswagen bus. Not a good move, right? But after a while, he figured out his ideal client was college students. Because there's a lot of them, you could, instead of opening like a Pizza Hut where I have to have this big square footage and pay for a restaurant, I can just have a kitchen and a delivery guy, and then I can get to all these kids, and they all eat lots of pizza. It's a top food for them, so they're close, it's easy to deliver. So it worked really well, and as he began to grow, things started to look good, but then he got past the college market, and now delivering to people in a reasonable period of time got a little more difficult. And at one point, things were not going well. And he was on the verge of bankruptcy. And Pizza Hut swooped in and said, well, buy out your interest, because they didn't want to have any competition. You know, they had Pizza Hut restaurants where you sat down. They didn't like this idea of delivery at the time. It was too competitive. And he goes, no, I'm not going to take the money, even though I need it. I'm like, this is my baby. And he didn't know what to do. But he wouldn't give up. There's some value in that, my friends. I've seen it so many times in my own life and yours and every entrepreneur I know. And one day he's running one of his own little stores, and a person was supposed to get a pizza, and they called up so angry. And what are they angry about? It's been over an hour and 15 minutes. I don't have the pizza. I don't know where it is, but it's going to be cold when it gets here. Send your pizza back and give me my money back. You're like, I want my credit card. I don't want this. And in a moment of inspiration, Tom Monahan on the phone with a really mad customer. Remember, I said your worst time could be your best time? He says, how about you give me one shot? I'm going to make a brand new pizza for you, and if it's not delivered in 30 minutes or less, you get the pizza for free. And the guy said, all right, you're on. He made a new pizza. He got it delivered in 22 minutes. The man loved the pizza, called back, and said, now that's a service. If you had that promise, I'd buy pizza from you all the time. And he developed what became Domino's entire message, their irresistible offer. Order your pizza, we'll deliver it in 30 minutes or less, or the pizza's free. They became the #1 pizza delivery service in the United States and around the world because they understood how to know who their clients were, the irresistible offer and over-deliver. Let's give it up for Tom Monahan, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up. But you might say, well, that's great, Tony, but can you really do it today? Like, can I really build a business in the middle of this tough time with COVID and winter? Did you know that if you look at the Fortune 1000, that's the biggest companies on earth, there are 4 seasons your business could grow in, financial seasons. There's springtime when everything's growing like crazy and it's easy. There's summertime when you got to work hard and you've planted the seeds, but they aren't really growing. You got to fight off the challenges. And if you can make it through spring and summer and you make it to fall or autumn, that's a reaping time. That's when everything flows. The economy's going easy. People can get a house for next to nothing. Credit's easy. Everything's easy. Economy goes crazy. And then what always follows, that fall, that autumn, winter, when it feels like it's impossible to succeed. And I remember I started my business in 1977 when I was 17 years old. I'm now 62. So I've done it 45 years. Just think about that. That's pretty insane. But when I started, it was winter. Interest rates were 18%. Can you imagine if they made interest rates 18% right now, what would happen? People would be on the White House lawn going crazy, right? They want less than 3%. But we had massive inflation, and guess what? It's coming back again. I succeeded in winter. Of the Fortune 1000, 62%, more than half, there's 4 seasons they could be born in, meaning come alive in. 62% started in a winter, meaning a recession or a depression. I started in a recession. Apple started in a recession, right? Pizza Hut started in a recession, to give you an idea. Tom Hanna in a recession. Disney in a depression. Exxon in a depression. I mean, I literally can show you some of the biggest name companies in the world. And you know why? If you do well in winter, when springtime comes, my friends, you explode to the next level. You grow. You can have an impact like you've never had before, and no one can touch you. So you got to make sure you do that. And anyone can. And like, whether you're an established company or new, I met this person that they're just throwing up now. These are the companies that all started really during a recession or a depression. Some of the biggest companies you know, Kraft started in depression. So, but can you do it now? Well, people did it then. Of course you can do it now. Is any war forever? It may look like it, but no. Is any pandemic forever? The answer is no. When you think winter's forever, you forget to prepare yourself for the next springtime. You forget to get yourself ready right now. The opportunity is greater when everybody else is afraid. And you can be like, I met this guy who's a baker in San Francisco. And San Francisco, man, it had it still does, some really incredibly tough policies around COVID. Shutdowns, you can't do this, you can't do that. And so he started delivering his baked goods, but he also he created quarantine cakes, like said, wash your hands and don't touch your face and all these crazy things. And his business went up 400%, right? I've met guys with little stores that were being shut down. And so they started making, like a gentleman who used to be, selling people meat. And he started preparing foods. And again, did an out service business. Walgreens has made more money in the last 2 years during this time than the previous 10 combined. And one of the things they did was they said, we'll deliver your prescriptions. And they expanded their market. So whether you're an established company or just someone get going, I'll give you an example of my own life. Imagine this. This is my life. I have 105 companies now in all these industries, but this is what I'm here for. I don't have to do this. I do this because I want to see people have that difference in their life. I know what it's meant to me. I know what it's meant to Sarah and Jesse or anybody like that. And I get to see the impact. So it wires me. It's what I'm here for. But I got to tell you, I had a 60th birthday party. My wife said, we're going to throw this big party. I was like, I don't want to party. I was like, finally, she's going to do it anyway. I said, well, it's got to have a purpose. So we decided we were going to use it to raise money to help kids that are being trafficked around the world. It's one of the worst things on earth. You can imagine your own child being stolen from you in traffic. And so I've been involved in that for some time. And so we raised $14 million. I added 5, so we made $19 million. Saved 19,000 children that day. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Really cool. But the reason I'm telling you that is it was like, oh my God, this is the greatest moment of my life. We used this little birthday thing to make this giant difference. And we had this great extravaganza. Lots of beautiful people, my friends were there. And then a few days later, I'm supposed to go up to San Francisco and San Jose and do a seminar for 12,500 people in a stadium, a UPW. It was going to be incredible. Looking forward to it. And I started getting phone calls 3 days later from people saying, it's the greatest party. Hey, are you canceling the UPW, Unleash the Power Within? I said, what are you talking about? I said, I was in Australia 2 years previously. I had mercury poisoning, and it burned a hole in my esophagus, and I lost a third of my blood supply. They rushed me to the hospital. They're going to keep me there for 4 days. They said, I'm in the middle of a seminar. True story. They said, well, you can't jump or run. I said, put me in a wheelchair. I finished the seminar in a wheelchair. I'm a little insane, but I was committed, and I got it done. So you think I'm going to cancel? I've never canceled. And then within a couple of days, the governor is trying to figure out how to protect people. I don't hold it against them anyway, but what did he do? He went, no more than 10 people in any room. Well, that's a little inconvenient when you got 12,500 people. We're going to probably have another 1,000 before we're done. And it's like, what? Literally canceled. So what do you do when someone takes away your options? Here's what I want you to remember. One option is no option. Two options is a dilemma. There's always at least three options. If you feel like you can't do something, you think it's the only way. It's not true. There's always another way if you're committed. If you're creative, you may not like all the ways, but there is another way. So my brain was like, we're not, here's what we're doing. We're not giving it up. We're moving it. We're going to move it to Vegas. They'll never shut down Vegas, right? And then, of course, they shut down Vegas. I couldn't believe it. And then I was like, okay, we're going to take this. We'll take it to 12,500 theaters with 10 people each. People go to a local theater. It'll be on a big screen. They can still be with 10 people. We can have this interaction. And then they shut down the movie theaters. Then I was like, I have a friend that owns a church in Houston, Texas with 15,000 people. I said, great, we'll move to Houston. We'll rent his church. They're not going to let Costco stay open and close churches. That's exactly what they did. So what the heck do you do? So I went and saw a friend of mine, and he was doing a webinar, and he had these two little 52-inch screens, and I said, I cut my throat first, because anybody who's been to Unleash the Power Within, it's not like being in my basement. It's like, it's a level of intensity like you've never imagined. People, that's why they transform. And it's like a rock concert for 12 hours a day. People can't sit for 12 hours a day, and they would never even dream of the experience they have there. I can't do it this way. So I took out a tape recorder and said, there's no other way to serve. There has to be a way. So I said, here's what we're going to do. I said, everybody sit down. Let's write these down. I said, we're going to find a building with 40-foot high ceilings. And I'm going to build 20-foot high LED screens so I can see every pimple, every emotion, every place in the person's room, their dog, their cats, their children, so I can really connect. And I want to then be able to do that 50 feet wide, 180 degrees around me, so I can feel and see everybody. And then I said, I'm going to call the gentleman at Zoom, Eric Yon, that created it. And I said, I'm going to get him so that not just, 1,000 people, but we can get 20,000 people. And I built an app so that people can shake their phone and it sends an electrical impulse so that the more people shake it, the louder it gets. So it's authentic and you hear the cheering and the feeling and it's real. And I put together, I think it was 9 companies and said, we're going to do this. Literally, we're going to do this in the next 9 weeks. I said, well, can you do it first of all? And they said, well, yeah, we can do it, but it's going to be 9 months. I was like, no, you got 9 weeks. And so they all said it was impossible. We got rid of those that thought it was impossible. We brought other companies in. Everybody worked around the clock. And we did our first event for 20,000 people. And UBW was the biggest UBW we ever did, ladies and gentlemen. I'll tell you what was amazing. What was truly amazing was, like, if I go to a live event, I love it. I still do live events too, but go there. Like, right now, you're in my basement. You're on the screen, right? They're redoing my studio right now. But, like, I'm seeing a few people. Then I see you all. And you're 10 times the size you are, so I can see everything. And you'll have your name in a real live seminar. I don't know it, so I can look over and say, there's Sean Harkin. How you doing there? I see you with your blue shirt. Nice to see you. And I can have a conversation. And then because of the way I worked with the Zoom people, we made it so I can bring you up. And like, you're larger than life. You're bigger there than in person. And I get to meet your family and see what's going on. And for people to go, to my seminars like $1,000, for 4 days and nights of total go for it, average price. But the real cost was getting there. Because most people had a flight that cost them $500, up to $1,000 if they flew from somewhere else. Some people from other countries, even more. Then they had 4 nights, 5 nights at a hotel, days and nights. And then Ubers or renting a car. So most people spent a couple $1,000s to get there. And a lot of people, like a lot of moms, didn't come because they didn't want to be away from their children, which I totally understood. And now it's like, we have people, for example, even here in 195 countries. We're almost 800,000 people here today, by the way. Give it up for everybody around the world that are doing this thing. Whoa, yes. And I remember a few years ago, like 2019 when I bled out. And like right after I bled out, I had an event in Germany. And I was like, I want to get to bigger crowds than 15,000. We're out beyond stadiums. I want to go football stadiums. I want to find out how we can get 50,000 people in an event. And so we had one with 40,000 people. I was completely exhausted, but I figured out how to do it. And my team's like, oh my God, how are we going to do this? And the risk of this, how we're going to do it? And then how do you get any bigger than that? Well, 800,000 people, I'd have to have 20 stadiums. Think about that. And here we are doing this. Now, this is just in my basement. What we do in the studio is a different level. By the way, I made investments there. My CFO of my company, people like, you're going to spend this money, Tony, but why don't we try something small and see if it's okay? And I was like, no. I got to make the investment to deliver at the quality that we do, where it's as good or better than in person. In some cases, even better, and certainly easier, more convenient. You don't have to leave your home. You don't have to travel. You don't have to be apart. And so this last year, I would normally travel to an average of, let's say, 14 countries. And as I went to those 14 countries, I would do 115 different cities, to give you an idea. So every 2 or 3 days, I was on a train, a helicopter, and I've been doing that for my entire life since I was 17 years old. And it's like I'd see 250,000 people live this year through this way of interacting. And we've done live events as well, full live, and we've done a mixture. We have people in the studio and on screens. We've seen over 2.2 million people, ladies and gentlemen, instead of 250,000. Whoa! So my advice to you is you got to use stress, not let stress you. Use you. You got to use COVID, not let COVID use you. And I want to show you, there's a couple people who have done that. I just want to pick some people out here. I just saw the story of, let's bring up Anthony for a second. Let's hear his COVID quick story here. Give it up for Anthony. No, let him hear you. It's Anthony. Anthony, I was seeing the notes on you. I hear you had a $20 million business that I think, if I read it correctly, you lost like $10 million when all this happened. Tell us what happened and tell us how you turned it around.
Yeah, Tom, thanks for having me on, brother. Yeah, in 2019, we were doing right around $20 million with a pretty decent profit margin, a little over 20%. So the business was spitting out some serious cash to help and business partner. Halfway through the year, without getting into details, we had 2 product lines. One of them went down literally to zero overnight. We run a lead generation business. So the space we were in just disappeared overnight. Yeah. So, at that point I had principles I learned really through YouTube from you before, before I'd even been to an event that was, I think you put on your Instagram, maximum pessimism creates opportunity for maximum profit, right? Like and it's Warren Buffett. He talks about that a lot too. And then meaning and focus. You can create meaning. Is it over? Is this the beginning or is this the ending? Yes. Did we have a good run and that's it? Or no, screw that. We're going to really, we're going to introduce new product lines and we're going to grow. And that's what we did, Tony. We introduced 3 new product lines within totally unique demographics, unique customers. So there was no overlap from what we had before. I think it was 61 or 62 days. We replaced the run rate of the revenue and profitability. We finished the year almost a dead copy and paste from 19, which sounds flat, but losing half the business was freaking exciting as all heck.
First of all, to be able to go from losing 10 million to get back to 20 in that short of time, give them a hand for that, ladies and gentlemen. It's incredible. With new clients, with new customers. But what did you do to get there, and where are you now?
Yeah. So today, where the business is it's more than doubled in 2021 in profitability. So I don't mean that by percentage. I mean that by dollars. So this year we were just shy of 8 figures in net profitability.
Wow.
So
give me a hand for that. That's incredible. Give me a hand, ladies and gentlemen.
And, what did we do to get there? I made the decision when, using your teachings again about creating meaning. And for me, it was this was going to be the story where we grew, and I was going to define myself as someone who gets through adversity in the team. So losing half the business, I could have fired half the team. And I called every single one. That moment when I made that decision, I took action and I said, you have a job here. If I have to take out a loan, go into my savings account, we're going to not only make this work and get back to where we were, but we're going to thrive through this situation. And that's exactly what we did.
That's awesome. I know you went to the UPW, but did I read properly that you also went to it in Australia? Did you do it in the middle of the night there? Tell us about that, because he went to the UPW and created momentum in his business, but then he went back a second time. What were you doing in Australia, and how'd you do that in the middle of the night? How'd that go?
Yeah, so it was 2020, and it was right around the corner for my 30th birthday, and I wanted to go to one of your events. So I signed up. My assistant emailed me and said, that's Australia time, right? And I was like, oh, screw it, I'll do it anyway. So I'm in Scottsdale, Arizona. So I stayed up all night long, did the event, and one of the takeaways for me, goals, was to increase my passive income.
Yes.
So in that event, I left there thinking, stocks, bonds, real estate. Okay, I'll do it that way. And I said, what if I negotiated a higher percentage of my business to own it? And that's exactly what I did. So literally the day after the event ended, I started those conversations with my business partner at the time. I was able, Tony, to negotiate successfully an additional 25% ownership without paying a single dollar to my partner. And really, people that don't know you, they say, describe the events. And I said, it's really going to school for emotional intelligence. Yeah. And I think most of us know, it's infinitely more impactful to have a high EQ, emotional intelligence, than I have a higher intellect. So, I learned first myself what my wants, needs, desires, drivers were. I went to my partner and I said, hey, if you do this, I promise you it's going to motivate me to grow the business to a level we've never seen. And it's going to be my goal to make sure you don't actually have any less income, even though you own less of the business, and create more enterprise value through that. And that's what we did. His income went up, even owning half the equity he owned before, because we were able to grow the business over last year to that level.
So you went from 50% owner to 75% owner. Your partner went to 25, but made more money, and you made more money, all because of the shapes in psychology and skills. Give it up. Beautiful job. Really beautiful job. Congratulations. Let's go to one more. Let's go to Kathy. Give it up for Kathy. Now let her hear you. It's Kathy, everybody. Kathy, I understand you were in a business where you lost 90% of your business when COVID hit. Will you tell us a little bit about that? And then what'd you do to turn it around, and where are you now?
So I started the business in November of 2019.
Wow.
And of course, COVID hit. And so my partners all disappeared. They just ran into their other businesses. 2 weeks later, my children's dad and our business dropped to 10% of what we had been doing previously. Wow. My operations manager told me, just go take care of him. I've got this. Wow. And so I had the opportunity to go take care of him for the 6 weeks till he passed. And sorry, I'm shaking a little.
Understand.
Prior to him being diagnosed, I was dealing with depression. I had gained weight. And I knew when he was diagnosed that I had to turn myself around for my daughters as well as myself. I came back from burying him, and 2 weeks later, there was a sign from heaven, and that came from you, the comeback challenge.
Yes.
It was amazing. I needed to come back. It was the perfect name. It was the perfect message. And I started following a lot of those teachings. I dealt with my partners, and I stopped listening. I stopped waiting for them to come up with solutions. And I just started doing what I do best, taking control and doing what needed to be done. I adopted an attitude that a priest taught me long ago, that it's easier to ask for forgiveness than to ask for permission.
That sounds
and
familiar.
I just started doing what I do.
Yeah.
And I started building a really strong network of other businesses that were approaching the same client base. And we went from, in our first full year, 177,000 in sales to last year at 466,000.
Give her a hand for that. That's incredible growth.
Just an hour ago, I got notification that I was just accepted into an exclusive membership that you normally have to be 5 years in business to be in that association.
Yes.
And I was approved. So
that's exciting.
Next week, I'm going to a trade show to meet with the people, and I'm super excited. This year, we expect to probably triple once again our growth.
So
Business Mastery was huge too. I just finished Business Mastery 1, and it gave me so many amazing ideas. I started, while we were doing Business Mastery, I started making some of the moves and some of the things that I planned on doing. I started making my appointments and reaching out to people.
Yes.
And before Business Mastery was over, I already had appointments to continue growing the business.
So you've tripled you went to down 90%. You returned the business. You tripled the business. You're about to triple it again. But I know you went to the UPW as well, and I know you did some things with your body as well, which makes all the difference. I'm glad you went to Business Mastery a few weeks ago. I know you're going to, as you said, you're going to just keep growing it. But you've also taken care of you like you promised for your daughters. Tell people what you did also with your own body. In the midst of all this craziness, under all this stress, what'd you pull off?
Well, because of the depression, I had gained a lot of weight. And so one of the things was I took back control of my body and my mind. I learned how to turn from a negative situation and be happy again.
Yes.
I lost 53 pounds.
53 pounds, everybody. Give it up for her. In the middle of COVID, in the middle of tripling her business. And how did that make you feel? How did that make your family feel, your daughters feel?
They're amazed. They're thrilled. I mean, after their dad passed away, they pleaded with me to do what was necessary because they didn't want to be without a parent. And I know that pain because my dad died just short of my 24th birthday.
Yes.
My mom died just short of my 34th birthday.
Yes.
My girls were 27 and 31 when their dad passed away.
Yeah.
So I knew that I needed to change my mindset. I needed to change the way that I lived my life so that I wouldn't be responsible for knowingly put them in that same pain.
What's your advice to people at home that have had this first couple of days here and they're starting to get a little momentum, but they might still be scared, or they might be stressed, they might be overwhelmed, they might be overweight, they might be considering starting a business, but they're a little scared right now because of the environment we're in. What's your advice to somebody out there right now who's also hungry because they're here? So they're obviously hungry. They want more. What's your advice so they go to the next level?
Believe first and foremost that life is happening for you.
Yes, not to you, right?
Not to you. So many things have happened to me. Difficult things have happened to me over my lifetime. And it's all brought me to where I am now in a position to really be strong again. You can't overanalyze. You know, when you get the urge to do something, do it. Don't start thinking about all the negative things that could go wrong. Think about the positive things that could go right.
That's beautiful. Kathy, you're amazing. You're a beautiful example. Kathy Case, everybody, give her a hand.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Let her hear ya. Stand up, shake your body out. Stand up, shake your body out. Come on, wake it up. Wake that body up. pushes you. Get that body moving. Dance like you're crazy, ladies and gentlemen. Time, make a sound that makes you feel great. Oh, yes. High fives everywhere, fist bumps. Quick sip of water. We're almost done. Quick sip of water. And then one more time. Wake yourself up in your chair, ladies and gentlemen. Come on. If you feel strong, say yes. Say yes. Say yes. So, how many people are inspired to either take your business to the next level, start a business, or run who you work with's business a little bit more powerfully here, ladies and gentlemen? Can you earn twice as much in the same time, yes or no? 5 times as much? Yes or no? 10 times as much, yes or no? But the real secret is how. And the answer is you've got to become more valuable. You've got to find a way to add more value. And as Jim Rohn taught me literally 45 years ago plus, it's like, Tony, every day you got to push yourself to become more. Each day you got to learn more. You got to invest in yourself. You got to grow. You got to expand. Because today you just met a multi-billionaire, the youngest billionaire, female billionaire, her husband who sold his business and built a $5 billion business. And you can see they both started with nothing. So it doesn't just instantly get there. It's taken her 21 years to get to that point where she can take care of everybody and do that. But you're going to spend the time anyway. And if you started now or if you're already there and you decided to recommit, you got to remember, whenever I look at a business, and I do business mastery like she talked about, that boot camp I do for 5 days, the thing I've discovered is that the chokehold on all businesses, the growth of a business, is always the psychology, the mindset, the emotions of the owner or the leader. And their skill sets as well, no question. But again, it's 80-20. So today you've been exposed to a whole lot and a great little strategies. And I hope you'll take those 3 things. If you have a business, got to become obsessed with who is my client? How do I do? What do they need? What do they want? What they're paying? How can I over-deliver for them? And then how do I build that irresistible offer? And then when I get the delivered offer, let me over-deliver so that people know you're the real thing. That's how you build a brand. Today, you don't do it by spending $10 million you don't have trying to do advertisement. You do it by massive added value. But to get there, you got to do what I did, which is when I had nothing, I invested in me. You know, I remember I interviewed Warren Buffett for my book, Money Master the Game. I interviewed 50 of the smartest financial people in the world, all people that started with nothing. Nobody from the Lucky Sperm Club. They had to earn it. They had to go from nothing, right? And they all did it different ways. And so when I was with Warren Buffett, he's pretty famous, and I know a lot about him. We all do, right? So one of my questions about 30 minutes in the conversation was, what's been the single most important investment you've ever made in your life? And I thought he was going to say Geico or Coca-Cola because, you know, I've studied him. I know what his biggest investments were. And he paused for a moment and he said, well, my most important investment in my life is what you do. I was like, well, I do a lot of things. What do you mean specifically? He goes, it was investment in me growing. He said, I went to Dale Carnegie. It was a huge investment at the time, more money than I had. But Tony, he said, that investment in myself taught me how to be a better communicator, and all my knowledge would have been worthless if I hadn't learned how to communicate and make it more effective. And he said, it's still the most important investment you'll ever make, because when you invest in you and grow you, then there's more of you. That's an investment that pays multiple returns versus an investment you hope to get 5 or 10 or 15 or 20% from. And so that's what I've done throughout my life. And when I didn't have it, I pushed myself to do it. So I really want to encourage you. This is all free. We still got 2 more days. We're not done. But the one thing that's different about doing an event when we're doing it's like what I told you the other day, drop you in Rome where we're doing this 12, 14 hours a day versus a couple hours you get to learn and where we get to condition it. That's how we get to where you do this for the rest of your life and it's in your body. That's why I'll share with you tomorrow the Stanford study that shows the impact of this a year later on somebody from just one weekend. So we're going to give you those options, and some of you, don't wait. Get yourself in there because we have a limited number because of Zoom. So I hope that you'll join us. There's going to be 3 options I'll show you. By the way, one of them is I wanted to create some irresistible things. One of them is I created something called my inner circle. And that inner circle includes me visiting you 3 times a year in your home like this with a much smaller group, and where you get to get your questions and answers done, and there's new content, so we're there constantly. You have every program I do, which is worth about $3,000, $3,300 worth of programs, all digitized, so available 24/7. You have coaches that are part of the process, and then you get the seminar for free, or you can get a second option, or there's a third option that we make only available here that's priced that we never offer anywhere else, but I hope that some of you will take advantage of it. I'm not here to sell you. It's not going to change my life, but I can promise you can change yours, and everything has a money-back guarantee. But I hope that some of you will decide it's time to move to the next level. And I hope that you found enormous value. How many got a lot of value out of today again, ladies and gentlemen, for yourself? Then stand up one more time. Stand up one more time. And let's shake the building with our energy. And they want to bring out KK, and I'm here in 5 minutes with all the VIPs. I'm really looking forward to being with you again tomorrow. Tomorrow is relationship passion. I'm going to have Sage join us. We're going to have a hell of a time, a great time together. 1, 2, 3, go! Come on, let me hear you unleash. Give it up for KK, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, you've been amazing. One more time for Tony Robbins, and one more time for all of you unleashing yourselves. You're amazing. Come on. You guys, we are off the charts excited. End of day 3. We're not done yet. We actually have a huge surprise happening in like 13 seconds. But how are you feeling so far? So great. So if you missed it, Tony actually shared a really special story, and I don't want you to miss what happened because you're actually a part of it. You know, when COVID hit a couple of years ago, that's how this started. Being in Tony's basement with these screens, he's like, I want to serve people from all over the world. I'm going to do a free 5-day seminar. We're all like, what? And it started something so beautiful. And what happened was we had people from all over the world, different time zones, different backgrounds. Throw where you are in the world right now. People that had been in, self-development doing these things, had never done it before. People that followed Tony for decades, right? Cassette tape days, where are you people at? And then here today, finally experiencing it. We have people from all walks of life come together. And what was so cool is they started to get a taste of what it meant to unleash your power within. Sure, it's an event, but it's really a concept. Like, how the heck do you unleash yourself? Really, not just learn something one time and 2, 3, 5, 10 years later, you don't think anything changed. How do you really create transformation? And so people started by day 3, by day 4, by day 5, really understanding what it meant to unleash. And if you feel like you're there, give me that head nod, like this, like, heck yeah, I know what it means. I'm getting it. I'm starting to get it. And over the last 2 years, because of this challenge, because of the gift of COVID, because of the gift of being able to meet each other in this fashion, over 100,000 human beings have attended Unleash the Power Within virtual from all over the globe. Can you just give it up for that? I mean, people from everywhere unleashing their power. amazing. Give it up for yourself. Hey! Have some fun. Yes. Oh, yes. So why do I share that with you? You know, it's one thing to hear these stories from Tony. He's such an incredible storyteller, by the way. You guys, some of you I was watching on your video and you were like this in the middle of the story because he just captivates your attention, right? And it's one thing to hear these stories, and it's one thing to hear information from us about what it means to unleash, but it's something completely different when you have your own emotion tied to it. So Tony has a gift for you right now, a little surprise, a little present that no one knows is coming. None of you, not one attendee knows what's about to happen right now. And we wanted to create an experience for you, one that would create emotion, one that would evoke a feeling in your tummy, like those butterflies, that rumbling. Who's felt an energy in your body over the last 3 days that maybe you haven't felt in a while? You're like, dang, I could have used this, right? 2 years ago, last year, or you felt it, you remembered the feeling. We want to bring you a feeling like that right now. And why would we do that? It's because oftentimes people in this environment coming to train, they get addicted to information and inspiration. And if you've ever been there before and you're being honest, just put a hand up in the air, okay? If you've ever been addicted to information and inspiration, and what happens is they leave these challenges. This is completely free. You didn't pay a thing for it. And they close their laptop, they close their book, and they go back to their life, and they're like, it didn't what? It didn't work. And we're like, wait, who didn't work? Because you have the tools, but then how do you integrate it? How do you take it from your head and put it into your body so you look in the mirror and you're like, dang, this is me. This is a transformation. And the missing element is something called immersion. And I want you to write this down because you're doing it right now. You want to honor yourself for this. You're taking at least the first step. Some of you believe that what you did the last 3 days was immersion. And I don't want to discount what you did because it's amazing. You've been here for, 5, 6, 7 hours or so. But Tony's shortest event, like he told you, is 54 hours. So I want you to imagine what you did the last 3 days, just really quick, like close your eyes if you need to, or take a deep breath and settle into it. I want you to imagine that you are locked in a room with Tony Robbins for 54 hours. Do you think something's going to be changing inside of you? Like yes or yes? Which one? You tell me. So people ask all the time, well, how does he do it? You know, what's different? What's different with these Tony events? What really happens in there? And he does something called the E3 experience. You have education, sure. You guys are learning a ton today. If you've learned something the last 3 days, double fist bump, say yes. Come on, say yes. Second element is he's entertaining. He entertains you. He brings you something that captivates your attention. At our virtual live events, you have lights, you have emotion. He created an app so you feel like you're in the environment. And then the third element, though, is what I've found in my experience. I've known Tony for about 3.5 years. I've never witnessed one other person on planet Earth do this third element. And you should all write this down right now if you're quick enough, because this third thing, if you really master it, you can create some change for yourself. And it's really empower. How do you empower yourself in real time to create transformation? Most people are like, oh, I'm going to finish this program and I'll leave and then I'll empower myself to do it later. And you get all these tools and then they go on your shelf and you're like, dang, I learned that one time. And is there a difference between learning something and doing something? If you know what I mean, say, yeah, baby. Come on, say, yeah, baby. So you got to take stuff from mind into body. And how do you do that? You've got to immerse yourself, my friend. So what's the gift that we would want to give you today? We want to touch almost every single one of your senses right now. We want you to have an experience in your chair at home that awakes you in a way that you start to have that compelling future that Tony taught you about. We want you to hear sounds. You're going to hear Tony's voice in this experience. You're going to feel this rumbling. You're going to feel an energy that starts in your belly. And I want you to notice it. Notice the energy. And when you notice the energy, throw it in the chat box when you have this experience. And I really want you to notice how you lose yourself in it. And I want you to experience this through the journey that we're about to have in 4 seconds. If you're up for it, would you be up for something like that? Because a lot of people don't really know what it means to unleash their power within, and we want to show you. So sit up in your seats with some energy, for God's sakes. Come on, my friends. Here we go. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, unleash the power within. Check this out.
The coward dies 1,000 deaths. The courageous man or woman only once. Anybody can be in a good state when things are going your way. But if you can stay in a beautiful state when things don't go your way, then you're going to have a beautiful life.
Looking ahead at an old crisp memory.
But I have this pattern that every time I go for more, I crumble.
Humans are very disempowering creatures if we don't catch our thoughts, if we don't catch our patterns, and if we don't catch our habits.
On the outside, it looked like I had it made. But on the inside, I was slowly dying.
What if problems are the greatest gifts of your life? What if they were the very things sitting there to get you to step to the next level where you're going to experience more of who you truly are? The story of our life is not the story we lived. The greatest story of life is the comeback. Life challenges us when we stop growing. Life gives us a challenge to make us grow. The challenge is here now.
You know, at the end of the day, what Tony did was got me out of my head and into my heart and just made me more comfortable who I am.
It's absolutely life-changing.
I feel like I have unleashed this inner version of me that I never knew was there.
I started making more money. I started working less.
It's been transformational.
Tell me, what's your most destructive or limiting belief?
I cannot be everything that I want to be because I am a girl.
What's the truth?
I can do anything.
Give her hands for that, ladies and gentlemen. You want to change your life? You want to get out of suffering? Trade your expectations for appreciation, and your whole life will change in that moment. Because the minute you start to appreciate, suffering ends. Do this right. It really is effortless. Write down some limiting identity, limiting emotion, something that's getting your way this time to break through. You want to turn it into a great metaphor of breakthrough. Now make your move. Make your move. Say yes. Say yes. What if your worst day was actually your best day? What if the most painful day in your life could be converted into your best day? It can. But you have to change your focus. You have to find an empowering meaning, and you got to make a decision to take a different kind of action. What if you raised your standard for playfulness, for energy, for vitality? What if instead of just walking through life, you danced through it, you laughed through it, you celebrated through it? This is a new beginning for your life. This is taking your standard to a new level. This is embodying it at a whole new level. It's all happening for us, my friend, not to us. This is you unleashed. Go!
Welcome back, my friends. Unleash the power within. We took you on a journey, my friends. Did you feel it? Get up on out of your seats. Make some noise. Shake the energy out, my friends. This is your life unleashed. This is what you have available to you, my friends. Hi, Trusty. So beautiful. Get inside the chat box. How you feeling? Oh, yes. So why do we show you this? We show you this to show you what's possible. You had 5 days, which is incredible, but there's a next step. There's another level to your life. And what I'm so excited to share with you is that Tony only hosts one UPW event at the start of every year, and it's coming up in 49 days from today. And I'm really just genuinely curious, out of all of you that are here right now, 49 days from today is pretty dang close. Is that something you feel like you want to lock in on your calendar? Like ASAP right now, 4 full days with Tony Robbins? So I want to give you another gift. I want to share with you that it's possible for you. One of the blessings of these challenges is the last 2 years. I've actually been able to be here the last 2 years, which is absolutely insane. This event has impacted me in my life in a way that I cannot even literally put into words. And I say that because it's really hard to explain an experience or an event that changes you so much that you don't remember your life before it. And for some of you, you tasted that during this challenge, but that was genuinely for me how UPW was. So to be able to share it with you is such an honor and such a gift. And I want to start off by saying it's in 49 days. So if you don't have a pen in your hand, grab a pen because I'm going to share some information with you just from my heart to yours. So you get all the details. The event dates are March 17th through the 20th. That's the only event Tony does at the start of the year. So I don't want you to miss your 2022 and miss out on really taking advantage of this. It's so great to do with friends, with family. We can see some of you in your homes right now with your kiddos and your dogs and your team members, bringing them in. Like, what a blessing to be able to have an experience virtually where you can do this with your friends and your family. And that's one of the great things that Tony mentioned. Because it's virtual, at our other events, you guys have to fly and get rental cars and you're on trains and hotels, and it simplifies this. You could do this in your kitchen, your home office. You could do it in your underwear for all we care. You have the freedom to do this wherever you want. And we've never had this ability before. We've been dying to have something virtual forever. And Tony's like, no. And now we love it because we get to connect with you. And so we actually have 3 different ways that you can experience this. And I want you to know this. If you're someone on the other side, literally secretly terrified right now because you're like, this event ends in 2 days and I've just been like Uncle Tony on the screen. I've been like savoring it and I need him to help me, get my energy up. And you're scared for this experience to end. It doesn't have to end. We created a challenge package just for all of you. You can see it here on the screen. I know there's a ton on here. I'm going to unpack it. But one of the blessings of this, the good news of the challenge, is that we give a challenge package only. So if you attended the Breakthrough Challenge, not only if you were at day 1 or day 2, if you're here on day 3, you made it here, we want to reward you. And so the only way you can get this package is if you're here. I'm going to share with you bonuses and parts of the package, and you're never going to see that again unless you're watching this right now. So here we go. No matter what package you get, there are 3 packages. Put 3 in the chat box. You got 3 options. Uno, dos, tres. And yes, we will translate this event in Espanol for my Spanish people out there. We've got 3 different package options. The first one anybody can do. You guys are going to get a few really key elements. The first thing that you're going to get is all 4 days of Unleash the Power Within. And I want to be clear, okay? That's 4 full days of full immersion. This was not full immersion. It's like the language story Tony gave you. If you study a foreign language or you live there, like I did Spanish in high school, the only word I know is margarita, okay? You want to be fully immersed in this. So you're going all out. 4 full days, 12 hours a day with Tony. Second thing you're all going to get is an event box shipped to your door. To your doorstep, there's going to be a workbook inside. You're going to have some other fun elements that Tony's designed for you in our interactive environment. And then another little special surprise that you're going to need on day 1 of the event. Some of you might have seen it in the video, but you're going to have a massive breakthrough on day 1 that increases your state and also transforms your identity. So it's all going to come into your box to your front door. Then you are going to get 3 pre-session fast-track training sessions with yours truly. I've been to a gazillion UPWs. I honestly sometimes feel like I can finish Tony's sentences when I'm there, but like he says with Jim Rohn, stay in the front row and you capture every note. So I'm going to be able to train you. So if you're nervous, I'm going to take you by the hand and walk you through. So by the time you get to UPW, you're like, let's roar, baby. I'm unleashing here. Okay? And then finally, we love to give. That's one of the most important elements. We have to be in service. And all of you here today, throughout the last 3 days, have witnessed this. Like the guy that's sitting right here loves to serve the world. And that's one of the major goals. So also included in your package is we are going to give 25 meals donated to our partnered organization, which is Feeding America, on your behalf. And I want to share with you, before I even share with you, what this cost is. I remember my first UPW event, I actually randomly saw a flyer in a parking garage elevator. It was actually a bougie condo building, and I didn't live there. I was just parking super underneath, like 10 floors lower into the building. I was from Chicago, but it was like half-price parking. And I remember it wasn't there the day before. It wasn't there the day after, but there's a flyer in the elevator for this Tony Robbins event. This is like 2017 or 2018 or something. He was coming to Chicago. And I'm like, Tony Robbins, my mom used to listen to him like on cassette tapes way back in the day. Anybody else cassette tapes back in the day 25 years ago? And so I'm thinking, gosh, I really want to go to this, but like, how much does it cost? It's got to be like $10,000 or something. And I call in, they're like, no, you can get a ticket for $1,495. I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm in, but I got to find the money. I have no idea. I'm making less than $40,000. And so just to give you some context, this offer, Tony wants it to be a yes for every single one of you. And so not $1,495, not $10,000. We want to make sure that the virtual UPW can be a smashing home run yes. I see people putting eye emojis in the chat box. Here's what it is. You can go to the entire event March 17th through 20th for $395. And that's $8 a day from now until UPW in 49 days. So that is upwvirtual.com. You guys go there if you're in, grab your ticket. But there are also some really special bonuses that we want to give you. Challenge only, so you'll never see this again. First bonus is from Tony. It's his power principle. It's a course from him with modules and videos. We have a workbook for you with some of his most impactful content. 2 more bonuses just for you with the challenge. We're going to give you guys a breakthrough method to reduce anxiety. It's called the tapping solution. And then you've also met Brian Bradley from Egascu Method, an additional bonus to align your body. Okay? So this is $395, upwvirtual.com. Go get your ticket. But if you really want to up-level your experience, we have 2 more package options I want to share with you guys, and you could just take this to another level. The second package is called our silver ticket, and our silver ticket is super juicy because we have 4 more bonuses just for you guys. You're going to get a post-implementation mastermind after UPW event where we'll go deep with you, make sure you can lock in your transformation. You're going to get a one-on-one coaching session with one of Tony's personal trainers and coaches. This is going to help you maintain consistency. We're going to give you an audio program that's going to be unlocked immediately for you so you can start studying this and practicing. And then finally, we guys are going to give you a private session with someone at Unleash the Power Within to support you guys, a really incredible guest speaker. And then finally, the Tony Robbins special package is called Gold. This bad boy is a total of almost $2,500, but the Gold package for you guys, for our challenge family, is going to be $1,195. This gives you Tony for an entire year. If you've ever wanted to experience Tony for 365 days, this is the only option. You can go to upwvirtual.com to see everything that's included, but it comes with something that's really special to Tony, which is called Inner Circle. And Inner Circle is the most intimate way to work with Tony. People pay over $1,000 to have this for an entire year, like $99 a month. They get Tony 3 times a year, access to all of his content right in the palm of your hand in an app, and we call it Tony in your pocket. You're also going to get one of the most impactful trainings he has. It's called Beautiful State Training, or the Ultimate Advantage. It's one of the most important decisions you can make in your life. That's a $495 value. That's all included in Gold. So if you're going Gold, say, I'm going Gold, baby, in the chat box. And my friend, 3 different options. So whatever feels best for you, whatever you can get yourself in that door for, go for it, upwvirtual.com. And then we had 2 incredible bonuses from Sarah and Jesse. Those of you that love Spanx, I am actually head to toe in Spanx under this. We're all going to give you a special discount to Spanx from the lovely Sarah Blakely. Let's give it up for Sarah. And then the amazing Jesse Itzler, love this guy. He has an incredible planning method, a patented planning method that everyone here is going to get, especially those of you that are coming to UPW Virtual. This will be incredible for you. So double bonuses from you. Again, you guys can get in the door at $395. But listen, this will sell out. It's first come, first serve for our challenge family first. So upwvirtual.com. Do not miss your chance. If you think I'll come back a couple days later, the bonuses could be gone, the price could be gone. This is for you at the challenge right now. And then finally, let's give it up for our alumni in the house. Our UPW family, our alumni. Those of you that have been, you can hear it from me, but hear it from them in the chat box how this event was for you. We're so grateful that we could give you guys this gift. We can't wait to see you in 49 days. upwvirtual.com. And give it up for everybody, my friends. We hope to see you there. Big love, big love. Let's get into your assignment today and your challenge today. You guys had an incredible day talking about creating your own economy. Your assignment from Tony was looking at where are you right now in your career or your business? Where do you want to be? And what do you need to do right now to close that gap? So our challenge today, please get your hands ready on the keyboard and type this in, is the hashtag #CloseTheGapChallenge. Listen to what I said. Close the Gap Challenge, not Closing the Gap Challenge. Hashtag Close the Gap Challenge, all one word, no spaces. Deadline is midnight tonight, and you're going to go live inside of the Breakthrough Facebook group, because some of you are going live in other groups or on your personal pages. The Breakthrough Facebook group, and you're going to share with us, what are you going to do? How are you going to take your business to your life to the next level in 2022? Deadline is midnight Eastern time tonight to be eligible, under 2 minutes. Creativity, originality, my friends. And we have some incredible prizes we're giving away tomorrow. So give it up for everybody if you are in for the challenge, Close the Gap Challenge. Put that in the chat box, and we cannot wait to see your submissions. There you go. And finally, our favorite part of every evening is our prizes. So we are going to be giving away 3 tickets to Unleash the Power Within. And I know, 3 tickets to Unleash the Power Within. And those of you that completed your challenge from yesterday. So we had such an overwhelming amount of submissions. They were absolutely incredible. But 3 of you are winners. So the first winner, their old story was that he was lazy, weak-minded, and was really ashamed about his body and his health. But he turned that around, and he stepped into the gym for the very first time after the second day of the challenge with Tony. And this winner is Greg Gutierrez. Give it up for Greg, everybody. Coming to Unleash the Power Within in 49 days. There he is. And our second winner, going home with a ticket to Unleash the Power Within in 49 days from today. This woman, 12 years ago, her stepfather took his life, and she's carried the guilt and the blame with her every single day. And her old belief, her old identity was that she really had to avoid pain by holding back in her life. But her new identity, she says, I'm a gift and I'm a light. And so at UPW, Hannah, you're going to be immersing yourselves in the tools to really find that light. We're so excited for you. Congratulations. Hannah Kidd, you're going to Unleash the Power Within. There she is. Hannah, how do you feel? You're doing it, girlfriend. And then finally, our final winner. I am so thrilled to share this one with you. You know, this woman, I was watching her video and it just touched me because she shared that back in the day, she used to call herself a bulldog. She's like, I had this spark inside of me and I could do anything. When I was younger, I felt like I could conquer anything. And if you put a challenge in front of me, I'd grab it and I'd make it happen. And then she had a cancer diagnosis 3 years ago. And that story turned, she's like, I wasn't depressed, but I just became alone and lonely. And I started resisting that spark in my life. And so her new identity is that the bulldog is back, baby! Patty Benson! We love you, girl! You're going to Unleash the Power Within! Hi, oh. You're lovely. You're lovely. We love you. We'll see you in 49 days. So my friends, to claim your prize, check it out on the screen right now. You can send a private message to Team Tony Robbins with challenge winner. But other than that, I want to say congratulations. And our 2 final wrap-up announcements are, number 1, obviously, upwvirtual.com. The doors are officially open. 49 days, first come, first serve. Don't miss your chance, my friends. This is your moment. The time is now. And VIPs, we're getting started in 5 minutes. So tomorrow we'll be back at 2 p.m. Eastern time. We've got another 2 days, but we never leave the room unless we're in a peak what? Unless we're in a peak what? Get on out of your seats, my friends. Let's crank the energy one last time. Day 3, Unleash the Power Within. Come on, my friends. VIPs, we'll see you in 5 minutes. Big love, my friends. Live strong, live with passion, and life will never be the same again. upwvirtual.com. We'll see you soon.